I would like to call to order the meeting of the Education and Youth Matters Committee. Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Ingracia.
Present.
Alderwoman. Alderwoman Evans.
Present.
Alderman Paige.
Present.
Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Present.
Chairwoman Green.
Present.
5 present, you have quorum.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the Tuesday, June 29th meeting of the Education and Youth Matters Committee.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Ingracia.
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans. I'm sorry, Alderwoman Evans, I didn't hear you.
Aye.
Thank you. Alderman Paige.
Aye.
Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Aye.
Chairwoman Green.
Aye.
5 aye votes.
Thank you. All right, we have no board bills today, but we do have one resolution, Resolution 65, which is sponsored by Alderman Todd. Alderman Todd, you have the floor to introduce resolution number 65. Alderman Todd, can you hear us?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
First of all, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Committee of the Education and Youth Committee. This resolution is being presented because charter schools are having a negative impact on the regular public school system, and it will keep public schools open. And it will also save lives, because when we had to tear down public schools, we have asbestos and other health issues, as well as it will help mentally, because we will won't have to deal with vacant buildings in the different communities. And the other advantage of reason is that the buildings, our public school system buildings, are owned by the public, and the charter school buildings are not. The board is elected by the voters. St. Louis Public Schools have to take all students, and also the charter schools don't have the same criteria for teacher qualifications, and for example, expulsion, suspensions are also dealt with differently. They have to. St. Louis Public Schools has to take anyone that the other schools don't want, and also. It was Senate Bill 781 used criteria of test scores. In reality, as being an educator for more than 30 years, poverty has an impact on students too. So these test scores with the charter schools shows that they have not improved as a group, as well as the fact that many of them have closed. And the qualification of the teachers are not held to the same criteria as the qualification of the St. Louis Public Schools. Then St. Louis Public Schools provide all the students with a quality education, and another important thing is St. Louis Public Schools are more accountable because the school board is an elected board. With the charter schools, the board is appointed. St. Louis Public Schools are more accessible because these are public schools, and the public can use those schools. Those schools that are owned by the schools that get taxpayers' money are owned by the charter school people, and they appoint their board and they own that school. Actually, they determine who goes in, who goes out. So this is also an issue of taxpayers paying the bill for both schools, but they are not held to the same standards and they are not accessible to the taxpayers. So I think we should put a moratorium on them because of the fact that if they're not serving any purpose to help advance the students, while we continually opening up charter schools, which haven't proven to be more effective than regular public schools. At the same time, they're closing public schools and making some individuals, private individuals, giving them property that belongs to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Todd. It is my understanding that we have one friendly amendment that is a very small update to the resolution. And I want to recognize, I think, Alderwoman Schweitzer, Alderwoman from the 13th Ward, for that amendment, so that when we go forward with discussing the resolution today, we are discussing the full amended resolution.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I motion to amend resolution number 65 to amendment number 1, which is in all of our folders, which adds the line, including the Board of Education of St. Louis, when it says commits to engaging with education system leaders. So I move to offer that amendment.
Do I hear a second on that amendment?
Second.
Second.
Okay, I think I heard second from maybe the Alderwoman from the 6th and the Alderwoman from the 4th. I think I have a little bit of a delay here.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Previous roll.
I think we have a new member present now.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Ingracia.
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans.
Aye.
Alderman Paige.
Aye.
Alderman Stevens.
Aye.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Aye.
Chairwoman Green.
Aye.
6 aye votes.
Wonderful. Next, I'd like to move on to, we have a few special guests to provide a little bit more context to the resolution that is before us today. I'm not 100% sure the order here, so bear with me, but I think we are going to start with Dr. Calvin Adams from SLPS.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. I'm obviously not Dr. Kelvin Adams, but good afternoon. My name is Nicole Williams, and I serve as the Chief of Staff to Dr. Kelvin Adams, Superintendent of the St. Louis Public Schools. It's an honor and privilege to stand in Dr. Adams' stead this afternoon to speak before the St. Louis Board of Aldermen Education and Youth Matter Committee to support the moratorium on new school openings in the city of St. Louis. In December 2020, the St. Louis Public School District recommended the closure or consolidation of 11 schools based on the District Transformation Plan 3.0. Over the last 10 years, approximately 30 schools have closed, both district and charter schools. Over the same period of time, about 20 schools have opened. This speaks to the fact that there is a lack of a citywide educational plan. Yesterday, it was reported that an additional school is set to close in 2020-22. While we understand this moratorium does not have the power to stop schools from opening, it is a symbolic step in the right direction in creating the momentum for a citywide, robust discussion with the appropriate stakeholders regarding how best to support students in the city of St. Louis. We, the superintendent, administration, and our Board of Education are poised and ready to continue this very important conversation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this afternoon on behalf of our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Kelvin Adams. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I realize this was my fault. I should have sworn you in on the first side. So if you don't mind, I'm going to swear you in now before committee members have the opportunity to ask some questions of you, if that's all right. So do you commit to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Now I'll open it up to committee members. If anybody has any questions, start in order of seniority. Alderwoman Ingracia.
I don't have any questions at this time, but if it's okay, I might have questions once we hear some additional testimony.
Okay. Alderwoman Evans, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do have questions. However, I was in transition from my phone to my computer, and I don't know, I missed what the representative of Dr. Adams said in her speech. So forgive me. I know I'm going to come back with some questions. And I kind of miss what you were saying about the closing of the schools. And can I just get you to reiterate just a little bit of what was said about that?
Absolutely. Thank you, Alderwoman Evans. And I deeply apologize that you didn't hear the opening. And so I apologize for that. To your question, over the last 10 years, approximately 30 schools have closed, both district and charter here in the city of St. Louis. And over the same period of time, about 20 schools have opened. So what I was actually indicating is that this really speaks to and supports the current resolution number 65 to support a moratorium on new schools opening in the city of St. Louis until a comprehensive citywide plan for education is developed. Does that answer your question?
Okay, yes. You said that within, I don't know how many years, the years you said, but 30 schools closed, but then 20 more opened?
Approximately in the last 10 years.
10 years.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so 30 schools closed.
Approximately.
And then 20, approximately,
Mhm.
and 20 schools open. How many of those were charter schools that opened?
That's an excellent question. What I will do is I will note that question. I don't have those numbers in front of me at this moment, but it is an excellent question.
Okay. Okay, I surrender the floor for now, and I know I'll have more questions later.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time today, and thank you for filling in for Dr. Adams. During our previous meeting, we did get an opportunity to ask a lot of questions to Dr. Adams, and I went through a lot there, and I'm in the same boat as my colleague from the 6th and wanting to hear from more people and more sides of what people are thinking before I have questions in particular. So I appreciate your time. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. It's an honor. Thank you, Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you. Alderman Stevens.
I do not have any questions at this time, Chairwoman. Thank you. And thank you for Dr. Adams' representative for being here today.
And
Thank you.
Alderman Paige.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I like my dear friend, the Alderwoman from the 4th, I have the very same question. I've come to realize, and I was just shocked to learn the ratio of the number of St. Louis City Public Schools versus the number of charter schools. And I was surprised to find out that the number of charter schools, the number has almost caught up with the number of actual public schools. I had no knowledge of that until fairly recently. So I'm going to reiterate that question of the numbers of schools that closed and have opened. I would really like to know the numbers of public schools versus charter schools. So it would be wonderful if we could have those numbers reported back to the committee.
Thank you, Alderman
Thank
Paige.
you.
I think we
And I
will,
was asking that question of Dr. Adams' representative. And with that, I will yield the floor.
all right, thank you, Alderman Paige.
Yep.
We're gonna move on to our next special guest, which is Donna Jones, the Vice President of the Board of Education.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I just want to thank you so much for taking the time out to hear our voices, which I think is critical in this issue at this time. Resolution number 65 is very important to the citizens of St. Louis because so many of them were concerned and hurt during the last closures of St. Louis public schools, and many did not understand what was going on. And at that time, when the schools started to close, at the end of the closures, we started to talk about a moratorium because we could not understand why we were closing schools. And as soon as we closed the school, we had a charter school to open up. So I thought it was really important. I remember very clearly because it took an emotional toll on me to ask leadership from the city to get involved, to help the Board of Education to figure out the best method to increase our student population. And I found out so many things. So many of our neighborhoods are vacant and empty of housing, decent and affordable housing. And a lot of the parents were saying that they wanted neighborhood schools. And I thought, wow, we really are going to have to get a handle on where our schools are located at this particular time and not just haphazardly close schools and neglect to hear the voices of the people, because with the pandemic, it has opened up a door that said, our people want to be close to their neighborhoods. They don't want to have to travel, their children to have to travel all day to get back and forth to school. I live in North St. Louis in Walnut Park, and it would have been a real treasure to be able to have a school that offered the same things that schools in South St. Louis offered that my children could have gone to. But yet we had to get up. I had to get up early in the morning to take all 6 of them across town to go to school, to go to a school that had foreign languages, that offered different courses and electives that the school in North St. Louis didn't offer. And it was because I understand, and I understood as a parent that we were under gentrification, and we still are being gentrified. And that was concerning as far as the schools are concerned. And that's the reason why I bring this up is because some of the language that I support here in Resolution 65, they said something about, we talked about vacant schools and vacant charter schools. But to me, the most important element of that, you only have those vacant schools because you have vacant houses and you have vacant businesses. And you had a lack of leadership that was involved, because the last 2 administrations with Slay, he asked that he advocated for charter schools, and he also paid people to start their own charter schools. So there we go, another blow. And then we had Ms. Cruson, when she left, she also started her own charter schools. So we have a body of people that are in leadership positions that have placed themselves in a spot where they have gone against helping the citizens, our students, staff, and families. So it's critical to me that leadership in the city work together with St. Louis Public Schools, because we have been given the authority to make these decisions, and we are dedicated and going to work very, very, very hard to do our very best for our students. They have been standing in line so long and not getting all the resources that they need. And the monies can be there and are there if we just reallocate them in the proper way and we bring in the help that they need at this time. So I have to say that there are a couple of the sentences here that I can't agree upon, but I do agree in the spirit of Resolution 65. If there are any questions.
Thank you, Vice President Jones. For the sake of time, I'll just ask if there are questions from people on the committee, and if so, I'll take them in order of seniority.
Chairwoman Green, I have 2 quick questions, if that's okay.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, for being here and for your service to the students and families in the city of St. Louis. I just wanted to make sure I was clear. You mentioned that there was a difference between South Side and North Side schools being served by the district during the pandemic, but I wasn't quite sure exactly.
No, I'm sorry, not during the pandemic, but even before the pandemic, over the decades, over the years.
Okay.
We have seen the neglect of schools located in North St. Louis. And after I toured many of them, I was really distressed because I could see holes in the floor. I could see libraries that needed repair. I could see carpet that was nasty that needed to be repaired. So yeah, there was a true neglect in our schools.
Okay, yeah, no, and I've had similar experiences, but also similar experiences in places on the South Side like Roosevelt. I was
Yes.
fortunate enough to have my children go to Mallinckrodt Academy, and that was a much different experience than the schools that I represent. So I definitely understand that. And then can you articulate what you meant by that Mayor Slay paid people to open charter schools? I'm just not familiar with that being.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. I remember the article quite clearly in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and even on the news, where he was offering large amounts of money. I'm sure they spent millions of dollars in asking people to start their own charter schools in the city of St. Louis, and they did so. And we even had persons, I remember going on the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education's website, seeing their support of charter schools as well. So we had people in positions that should have really been putting the city schools first, because the city schools represent us.
I'm sorry, I'm sneezing, but yeah, those are the only questions I have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Alderwoman Evans, any questions?
Yes, I have a question. I have several questions. And I know for a fact that Mayor Slay at that time was in favor of charter schools, but he was only in favor of charter schools that he recommended or was behind. And the reason I know that is because at the time I taught at a charter school, and he was responsible for the charter school that I taught at closing down because it was not his charter school. So my thing is, this was after I had retired from the regular public school system, that I taught 1 year at a charter school, and it was only 1 year because Slay was responsible for it closing down because it was not, quote, his charter school. And he was wondering how we were getting funding because we had several grant writers that were doing things and we were surviving. However, I'm not going to go into that because it's a long story. There were some loopholes or whatever that was the reason why we closed the charter school that I attended. Now, I understand, and I was not politically involved, but I am now. And I just want to say that, why is it that we have classes on the South Side that's different from the classes on the North Side? It should be the same program at each school facility. For what, for what reason that there isn't? So why should the people on the North Side want to go to the schools on the South Side when you've got buildings here on the South Side that they can occupy and go closer to home than traveling south? So what is it that you got on the South Side that you can't put on the North Side? I don't understand it. St. Louis public school systems should be almost like a cookie cutter. What you got on the South Side, you ought to have on the North Side. And I don't know who can help me with that. Why is it like that?
Why are the
Anybody?
services not? I'm sorry, did you want me to respond?
Yes.
Okay, so you're asking me why the services are different in different schools. I'm not sure why all the services are not the same. My understanding is that there is a lack of resources. Now that the ESSER funds are here, they're starting to pick up more resources and getting more teachers in. We have a lack of teachers because of COVID, and then we had a shortage of highly experienced teachers for a long time. And I'm not going to make any excuses for anything. We're going to have to get parents up and have them to be more concerned and more involved. But I do understand that there is not an equitable distribution of resources. But right now, we have been working on that as a board. This new board really has been working really hard to do that because we do care. I care very much so. I've had 7 children in St. Louis Public School, and I want to see all of our children be successful. But you are correct. For a long time, for decades, North St. Louis schools did not have the same type of resources, foreign language, whatever. Because when I wanted my child to learn foreign language, if they wanted, she was learning Arabic, learning Spanish, Russian, or what have you, I had to send them to Dewey. They couldn't learn it at the school right down the street from me. And so these are the things that we have to work on now. This is why we need to make sure that we're laser focused on bringing resources to St. Louis Public School and stop ignoring them and allowing all these charter schools to pop up.
Right. And what I would like to see is whatever classes you have on the South Side, you have them on the North Side.
I agree.
That's how it should be. I would love to see that. I am a product of the St. Louis public school system. And I grew up downtown in the projects, but at Franklin School, at Carr School, we had some of the best teachers there were. And I stand on it to this day. Even though I know that there were schools on the South Side, I don't know what they taught over there, but I do know that we had some teachers that were phenomenal when I was coming up. And that's all. And a lot of the teachers that we had at my school, they later became principals. So what does that tell you?
That tells you that St. Public School had wonderful teachers, and I totally agree with that because my children had wonderful teachers as well.
Yes. So, but we need to bring it back.
We are.
In order to be competitive, we need to show our families, our constituents, that, we should stand second to none with the St. Louis public school system. And it's it's gonna take everyone coming together and voicing that situation. So,
Well, I'm feeling like it's an emergency crisis right now. To me, I take this as an emergency. We can
Oh,
no
yeah.
longer ignore what's going on in our city schools. Our children have been waiting in line for all of these services, and we have had a critical lack of funding, but we're going to have to make up for that. We're going to have to do better. And with the help of other leaders, we can do that. I'm looking forward to it.
We've got monies coming into our neighborhoods now. I'm the alderwoman of the 4th Ward. They were slated to close my last 3 public schools: Sumner, Hickey, Farragut, those 3 schools. Well, they did manage to close one of them, so we're still holding on with Hickey and Sumner. And it shouldn't be that way. The kids that line up to take buses to go out to schools in the county, those kids can be here in our city at the schools that they're threatening to close if you only presented programs that they're taking at the schools that they're being bused to here in our neighborhoods.
I'd like to agree with you on that, but one last thing I would like to say is that it's important that we start to focus in on decent and affordable housing, because many of our families are living one on top of each other. I used to do lead prevention. I used to go into homes where you'd have 3 or 4 families living in one structure in a small frame house or what have you. So housing is very important. And if the city starts to focus on putting nice, decent, available, affordable housing, we are going to see a drastic change in what's happening in St. Louis Public School.
I have developers now as we speak that are building affordable homes. Michael Burns, he's a developer that's developing houses right now as we speak. I have other developers slated in my ward to also build housing for people.
Thank you.
So we're coming at it. I'm just hoping that we can make a big input into this school situation.
We can and we will.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
I surrender the floor.
Thank you, Alderwoman. I see Alderwoman Ingracia has her hand raised. I want to check on other folks first to make sure. Alderwoman Schweitzer, do you have any questions at this time?
Thank you, Chairwoman Green. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of listening now, and I think that I feel like there's so many different issues with the St. Louis public schools and the St. Louis and the charter schools and schools in general in St. Louis closing, and new schools opening. And I think the point of this resolution is to allow for that citywide plan to come together for education and around schools, and agreeing to not open any new schools is a big part of that. And so, I know there's so many different things we could discuss today, but I feel like I want to, really hone in on why not opening more schools right now is the right call. And so if people could make sure to be talking about that as kind of the main topic for people presenting to us today, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Alderman Stevens.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to echo my colleague from the 13th in saying that this resolution before us today, Resolution 65, seeks only to staunch a hemorrhage is what we're experiencing. We are hemorrhaging students and resources in schools, and we are looking for how to best bandage it. And I don't know so much that it's a question of charter versus public so much as it's a regrouping and a coming back to to our students and coming back to education and these very large problems of private versus public and so on and so forth. So I echo my colleague from the 13th in that this resolution is a call for a plan, a citywide plan, a comprehensive plan, and a long-term, both immediate solution and long-term solution plan. So I thank her for pointing that out. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Alderman Paige.
No questions at the moment. Thank you.
Alderwoman Ingracia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to push back for a moment. And maybe we should be doing this better as colleagues, but my neighborhood schools in the 6th Ward are suffering from many of the same issues that North Side schools are. Roosevelt, Hodgen, Shenandoah, Peabody Elementary, those are all schools that are not adequately resourced and continue to have really problematic issues with respect to student performance and a lot of other mechanisms that we judge public schools by. And also generally a lack of just facilities being appropriate for kids. And so I think we need to be thoughtful about that. It's not just on the North Side, although the North Side has seen incredible disinvestment over the years. Neighborhood schools, because now we have school choice. Neighborhood schools are not really a thing anymore. And a lot of my neighborhood schools are being attended by kids who are from way different neighborhoods than they should typically attend, but the amenities are not that different. And I would also challenge the public school district. I heard the Alderwoman from the 4th say that the South Side schools should have the same opportunities as the North Side schools and vice versa. But maybe we don't need to adhere to that really traditional model of education, which was by its infancy racist and problematic. It was created to give kids enough information to work in factories, but not enough information to think critically. And one of the things that I think charters are trying to do, they may not be successful in all instances, but they are trying to offer different mechanisms for education than just the typical education path. And thank you for the opportunity to weigh in.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Before I move to our next special guest, I do just want to sort of reiterate what the Alderwoman from the 13th and the Alderman from the 12th said. We are here today to discuss a moratorium on new schools in the city. And we are, by and large here, because if you, look at our census data that just came out, we went over 10 years from 60,000 school-age kids to 45,000 school-age kids in the city. Over the last 20 years, there have been 53 SLPS schools that have closed. That's since 2003. And there have been 15 charter schools that have closed. And perhaps one more, which was in the news yesterday. And so we are faced in a time right now where we have declining numbers of school-age kids. But in the last couple of years, we also increased from 103 schools in the city to 110 schools in the city. So this is asking us today to take all of that into consideration and consider a pause while we all get around the table. We all come together, regardless of whether we historically have agreed with each other or not, to figure out what the future of education looks like for this city. And we have an inflection point that is happening here. So I want us to make sure that we stay focused on that in our testimony today and focused on the resolution that is in front of us and the reasons we are here. So with that, I'm going to go to Gloria Evans Nolan. If I could swear you in first. Do you commit to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you so much. Greetings to the chairperson, members of the Education and Youth Committee, and guests. I'm Gloria Nolan. I'm a proud graduate of St. Louis Public Schools. Graduated from Beaumont High School in 1998. Attended Williams Middle School and started my educational journey at Farragut Elementary School. The entire feeder system of my educational experience is now either transformed in some way or closed. Just wanted to note that. I'm also a parent with 2 students in St. Louis Public Schools, and I'm here today because I support a moratorium on the opening of any new charter schools and the expansion of any current charter schools in the city of St. Louis. Additionally, I am not in support of any measure that promotes a merger of any kind between St. Louis Public Schools and current charter schools, including sponsoring charter schools, sharing resources, buses, contact information, or buildings in a consolidated district or enrollment system. Wanted to make sure I put that out there as well. To be clear, this is not a call for the closure of any of the charter schools that are currently operating with fidelity per the guidelines set for them. This is a call to ensure that no additional charter schools expand or open in the city of St. Louis, further causing a strain on our already fragmented educational system. In regards to the issue, I have a unique perspective as I also served as a parent advocate, fellow, campaign coordinator, and staff member on the We Power team. Initially, my work there, when I first started, I believed that it was engaging in the work of supporting equitable outcomes through education for marginalized students. I later realized that the goal of my organization, our affiliates, and some of our funders was to burn down the public school system. Upon further research, I learned that nonprofits like the Opportunity Trust are backed by billionaire enterprises like the City Fund and have set up shop in cities around the country to usher in the privatization of public education. These organizations follow the same playbook everywhere they go, using tactics like funding parent advocacy, nonprofits, and work through organizations like We Power and Bridge to Hope. They create biased navigation school tools like Navigate STL School, and then they fund the creation of new charter schools like St. Louis Voices, Atlas, and Ali Academy, just to name a few. There are several more steps in their playbook, but I wanted to just highlight the top 3. They often use words like equity and reimagine, as well as reform, all while reimagining the local traditional public school district out of the picture altogether. They say that the district is failing its students, I being one of them, but I do understand basic math enough to the point where I understand that opening more charter schools, and our students would understand this too, opening more charter schools with fewer students does not add up. We know that in the past 21 years, the charter experiment has produced poor proficiency scores, and there are failures within those charter schools that have resulted in closure and the disruption of several dozen school communities. When charters are successful, it is because of this difference. The leaders have the ability to push students out that they choose not to serve. Many of those students are on their way back to SLPS now as we speak through a process that they call coaching. This is October. This is when the students return back to their neighborhood schools in SLPS. These practices aid privatizers in manipulating the numbers and selling the dreams to families full of falsehoods. I'm told that insanity is doing the same things again and again and expecting different results. St. Louis has its challenges, but I know that we are not insane. We have to put an end to this vicious cycle of opening unproven and experimental schools that make private interests richer and bankrupt our students and communities' future, all while funding Missouri schools is at an all-time low. Today seems like a great day to start. Thank you.
Thank you. I will entertain questions from the committee. Alderwoman Gracia.
Hi, Gloria. So nice to see you. So sorry our kids are no longer in school together. Just a couple of quick questions. So I'm just curious your thoughts on offering a more thoughtful approach in St. Louis City Public Schools to kids who have different needs than, like, I think probably most of us on this call, not all of us, sat through education where we just sat at a desk and stared at a chalkboard. And so do you think that SLPS could be delivering education for a more holistic approach for kids who need it versus just having neighborhood schools?
I agree that offering different options for students is very important. When I think about St. Louis Public Schools, there are several offerings within St. Louis Public Schools. And then when I think about charter schools, currently there are not many charter schools that are, in my assessment, that are offering anything that's much different than what St. Louis Public is actually offering. When I think about the charter schools, the one that comes to mind that is truly unique is the St. Louis Language Immersion School. That's the only one that offers something completely different. I think about Hawthorne as well because it is an all-girls academy. But outside of that, there's a Montessori school, but there's a Montessori school within St. Louis Public. And then the other schools, the rest of the schools are their traditional schools. There isn't anything that's unique or, just really out of this world experiences that are truly happening. I think some new technology and interesting things are happening at, I can't think of the name of the school right now. I think it's the former mayor's son. They're doing a lot of things with social emotional learning, but that is not outside of the box from what St. Louis Public can offer. And so there's absolutely the ability, and there are offerings currently in St. Louis Public Schools that the charter schools claim to be able to offer, and it's just not a reality.
Okay, yeah. My last question, and thanks so much for taking the time with me. If we know what is helpful and makes kids successful, like why haven't we, even without now we have an elected school board, which is incredible and I think very powerful. Why haven't we made a change to address the issue of school choice and also like providing kids with a different opportunity than what they need? You mentioned a couple of charter schools that are offering differing opportunities. I don't know that I can think of any public schools outside of magnet schools, which is where I met you, change in a meaningful way.
So you're asking why haven't those things been done?
Yeah.
I am not absolutely sure. That is a question for really, and I just joined the team at St. Louis Public as a parent liaison. And so I do believe that engaging the parent voice is very powerful, and it is a way to really, mobilize and have parents go after and seek out the things that they wish to see in the district. You mentioned something about the school board. Our elected school board is really brand new. If you think about it, they just had a return to governance Prior to that, we were under the leadership of the SAB. And so the control was with them. And during that time, there was not a lot of opportunities for families or community to really engage, because that board didn't operate in that way. That board was not elected. And so when we're thinking about this, this issue of having more and more charter schools, this is why we're saying that this is not a good idea, because that system would move us to more of that. More boards that are appointed, more boards that don't listen to or engage with the people. And so we have an opportunity. We have a board that is brand new and doing some new and exciting things, bringing on new committees, engaging the community in a different way. New roles are popping up at the district. So the hope is definitely on the horizon, and the infrastructure is absolutely already here. So I say it's forthcoming, and we don't need any other schools to interrupt that progress.
Okay, I appreciate that. And yeah, just for clarity, we've had 2 elections of school board members. The first election, in my mind, of local control didn't really do much to change things. I feel like there's a different set of leadership and a different set of folks on the Board of Education that I'm with you. I think maybe we can make those things happen. And thanks so much for what you're doing, because I know you're a busy person, and your role right now is incredibly important. So thanks for what you're doing. Thanks,
Thank
Madam
you so much. I'm glad to serve.
Thank you. Alderwoman Evans, any questions?
What I'm going to do is surrender the floor to some of the other members on this committee, and I'll follow up after they get a chance to speak, if that's okay.
That's great. Thank you. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you so much. When I was listening to you speak, Ms. Nolan, it was interesting because, you know, it always seems like schools, district, and charter view each other as competition for resources and for students and for all those different things. And sometimes competition is something that pushes people or schools or whoever in one direction or another. You know, I am supportive of this resolution, but I am interested in what your opinion is if charter schools coming into St. Louis have helped St. Louis public schools evolve in any way, or if that is just not at all the case in your opinion.
So when charter schools first came into St. Louis, I was heading out. So I mentioned when I got started with my testimony that I graduated in '98. So I was off to school at that time. I think that so just kind of seeing that original impact. I wasn't home to witness it, and also I wasn't a parent engaging with the system. I will say that you know, the original intent was to have innovative solutions and you know, trying new things on a smaller scale, and having an opportunity to meet the needs of families. And so probably there could have been some, you know, friendly competition to a certain point that, you know, iron sharpens iron, and we're learning from each other and things of that nature. But I really do think at this point, we're really beyond that. And this is moving towards what the situation that we're in right now is moving towards, what I'm talking about with the privatization. And so this is about a money deal. This is about real estate investments and greasing palms, making money, signing contracts, things like that. And so that competition and people really, you know, being concerned about student development, growth, education, all of those things have gone. So I think maybe initially that could have been something that we were able to benefit from, but we're beyond that, and we need to stop the privatizing.
Thank you for that perspective. I think at the end of the day, the most important thing is the kids in the schools, you know, full stop. That's got to be the priority.
Absolutely.
And anytime that's not the priority, or even if it seems like that's not the priority, it at least warrants some investigation. So I appreciate that testimony. That's all I have. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you so much.
Alderman Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In true student fashion, I'm a note taker, so I've got several sheets in front of me. So I do not have any questions at this time as I sort of accumulate my notes and opinions and all that. So thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Paige.
No questions at this point. Interesting discussion, however.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nolan. We'll move to our next speaker, who is Regina Fowler, board member from the Board of Education and chair of the Governance Committee. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you guys for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the St. Louis Board of Education and in support of Resolution 65. Just a little information about who I am. I am a resident of St. Louis City, and I've lived in the city for 58 of my almost 60 years. I'll turn 60 in a couple of weeks. I am a graduate of the St. Louis Public Schools, so is my husband, and all of my 10 siblings are all graduates from the St. Louis Public Schools. My children, who are in their 30s now, attended St. Louis Public Schools for most of their pre-college years. I came on the board, as some of you already know. I was appointed by Mayor Cruzen. And I will tell you, I didn't actually know Mayor Cruzen personally. I knew she was our mayor, but I didn't know much about her. But she asked a family member to recommend someone for the St. Louis Board of Education. And that family member told me I was the first person to come to mind. Because of my experience with the city, my love for my city, and because I spent so much time in the city schools and was one of the few family members who believed that my children can prosper with a St. Louis public school education. I'm very happy to tell you my daughter is an attorney, a thriving attorney, and my son is a thriving journalist in New York City. So the St. Louis Public School has always produced amazing professionals. Amongst my siblings, we have medical doctors, PhDs, a brother who served as an ambassador for the United States and was just nominated by President Biden to serve as an ambassador. I have nurses, business owners, and countless, and me, I'm a certified public accountant, and we were all products of the St. Louis Public Schools. And we went through a traditional education, and that education served us well. I do have some concerns about what's happening now. There seems to me, and let me tell you this, when I got on the board, the pressing issue at hand was the closing of schools. It's kind of hard to walk on a board, and that's the issue. And it was a tough issue for me because I believed in the St. Louis Public Schools, and I actually believed in neighborhood schools. I was the only family member who actually left our neighborhood school and attended what was called the Academy of Math and Science, which was a magnet school. I graduated from the magnet school, the first class that had people that started in freshman year and graduated in senior year. So I started in 76, graduated in 1980 in the magnet school, which was the first full class for magnet schools. So the city back in 1976 understood that we had to give choice, and we had to give some unique experiences to our students. And the magnet schools fulfilled that call, and they still do today. I think a lot of times charter schools stand on the grounds that they present a different experience. But to be honest, many of them are just duplicating what the city did a long time ago through the magnet schools. And so what has happened today is that we have a large number of charter schools that are duplicating what the city school system has already done. But one of the reasons I'm concerned about so many charter schools is because as a CBA, we really are taking a finite amount of resources and spreading those resources so thin in the name of bettering education for our children, when in fact what we're doing is dividing resources and the children are actually the ones hurting. So while I believe in dividing up, I don't believe in dividing and conquering. I believe that we can divide duties, but we can't divide goals. And what's happening from my experiences with the charter schools and my experience on the board is that our goals for this city are being divided. I live in a community and we are the last block of the city in the community I live, and then there's U City. In my community, as I talk to the families, none of them attend St. Louis public schools. And when I ask why, they say, well, you guys don't seem to have a real goal in mind. The city doesn't seem to have a real plan for education. The city is just all over the place with education. We have to change that perception. While I don't personally believe we're all over the place, that perception is out there and we have to change it. This is why we need the moratorium. We need a pause so that the Board of Education and our city leaders can work together to come up with a plan that best serves our city and best serves our students. Now, if we had this pause with the city's support, we can actually take that to the state and say, hey, our city is supporting us on this to give us time to come up with a plan. The board has just approved a committee to work on a citywide plan that includes conversations with the charter schools, that includes conversations with residents, and that includes conversations with our public officials, so that we could come up with a plan that best serves our city and serves our students. Now, here's another concern I have. I retired about 3 years ago, early, and most of my siblings are also retired. A few of us live in the city. Some don't, some do. A big question I always get is, why should I stay in the city? What should draw me to stay here in the city? That disturbs me more than anything, because we have to give a reason to these people who live in the city, are thinking about downsizing, thinking about other life choices, and deciding whether or not the city is where they should be. And my response is, why would you consider not staying in the city? They point to things like, is education good for my grandkids? Because now my siblings have grandkids, and they're asking a question about education, when in fact, education served us so well. We have to have this pause. We must have this pause so we could come up with a plan and have our city officials help us with this plan. Because frankly, as a person who loves my city, who wants to support my cities through earnings tax when I worked, and my husband still works, so his earnings tax, who support the cities through our real estate taxes, we want to see education work for the city. But that ever-ending question has always been asked. What is it about the city that causes us to stay? And I want to be able to say, when my children have children and my daughter lives in the city, I want them to make sure that the city schools is her first choice. And if the city school program seems divided, if the city's schools program seems disjointed, she will not send her children to the city schools. And we have to have a plan that serves our children, and we have to have a plan that doesn't divide and stretch our resources so thin that even if for good causes to have so many schools, even if there's a good reason that we could come up with, the fact that the resources are so thinly spread, we can't accomplish the goal. So we're dividing these resources so thinly that we really aren't reaching the goal. And as a city, we have to consider the impact of having divided goals, because that ultimately hurts us. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the committee that have questions at this time? If you would raise your hand and I'll go in order of seniority. Alderwoman Ingracia.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Ms. Fowler, thank you so much for your testimony. You mentioned going to a magnet school quite a while ago. Are you familiar with the magnet school process that's currently in place?
That students can apply. Yes, it's very different from when I went, because you signed up to, well, no, it's more similar to when I went, actually. It's different. It's very different from when my children went. Back then, you just signed up. Whichever one you wanted to go to, you can go to, because there were so many open spaces. When my children went to magnet schools, of course, you got into a lottery, and then if your name was pulled, you were able to go. So I think the way I went to a magnet school is a little bit more similar to how it is today.
Okay, yeah, no, I appreciate the conversation on this, because right now, I represent a number of neighborhoods that are predominantly low-income Black neighborhoods. And sometimes those residents don't have the capacity, or and I don't want to say capacity, like they have so many challenges. They're like, maybe there's a single mom, she's working 3 jobs or 2 jobs or whatever, but the magnet process. So if you want to have offerings for kids that are different than the traditional education, which I think we can all agree is not going to work well for everybody. It hasn't been serving anyone well across the nation. It's not just a Missouri issue or a St. Louis issue. You have to have the wherewithal and the capacity to apply for admission to those programs almost a year before your kid would ever be allowed to be considered. And so to me, that seems like a pretty problematic barrier. And so if what we want to do is to allow families to choose their schools, like, do you have any ideas on how that could be done in a more responsible way to respect the fact that, mostly affluent white parents can figure that all out. And then we have the other subset of parents who are not able to figure that out. Like, how would you?
Well, to be honest, your comments that you just made were made back in 1976 too. So those aren't new comments. Those are comments that have been made since when I started magnet school. So these are familiar comments, and I think we present those as barriers that I'm not sure necessarily barriers. I think you will always have some people who just aren't interested. For instance, when I started at magnet schools, my parents didn't sign me up. I signed myself up. They knew that I was going to a magnet school literally a week before I started. So back then, they went to the schools and they talked to the students and discussed going to magnet schools. Some students took the information to their parents who signed them up, and some students like myself just signed up. And I hope that I didn't sign my parents' name. I guess I did, because they did not know. So, but it's those kinds of things have been said even back then, because that was a big complaint in 1976. Only certain parents can sign up. But of course, back then, they had that ratio of so many Black students, so many white students in the school, because obviously desegregation was the reason all of this was started. And those who wanted to sign up did sign up. And those who didn't sign up. And it's not always because they don't have the wherewithal to do it. It's just because some people don't want to sign up. Some people want to seek education in their neighborhoods. And I dread that, honestly, I dread the comment that some people just can't do it, because I remember hearing that in 1976. And I'm not sure if that's a valid point, because I think we have enough people who want to do it who will sign up if they can, so.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I think that we are leaving a lot of people behind based on the fact that you have to apply like almost a year in advance.
Mhm.
get into some of these spots. And so maybe it's a parent education thing. I don't know exactly how to solve the problem, but yeah. And additionally, I was, last question, interested in your conversation about like state support versus the city. Like we can do a lot in the city in terms of like pushing the envelope, but at the end of the day, we have a very odd system here in the city of St. Louis, where the public school district is a political subdivision of the state and not the city. And so do you have any thoughts on how we can better advocate or, just push the agenda forward that these city kids are suffering, and they're not just suffering in St. Louis City, they're suffering in all across the state, but also in Kansas City, in Springfield, in Columbia.
I think our former board chair wrote an article in the St. Louis Business Journal. I hope that you guys get a chance to read it. But she talked about how our city size is dwindling, and I believe Chairman Green mentioned that as well. I think that the fact that our community is dwindling, and it's dwindling for many reasons. My parents together, in one home had 11 children. None of my siblings have more than 3 children. And only 2 of us now live in the city. 6 of them live out of the state. And only 1 of my children live in the city of St. Louis, and she has no children. So we're dwindling for a variety of reasons. But and that makes us, that gives us an urgent need to rethink our public school system. Why I think you guys supporting the moratorium is so important is that, 2, it gives us the pause that we need, and it sends a united voice to our state representatives. As we reach out to them, we can go and say, oh, by the way, our city supports us, and they supported us through this. But if we go to them without your support, I think it cripples us to make changes at the state level. And that's why we desperately need your support. We're not asking you to do the work for us. We're just asking you to support us and help us reach out to our state representatives and help them understand why we have to have a change in how we approve the charter schools, because it helps our city. And I'm gonna be honest, as our 2 big cities go, Kansas City and St. Louis City, so goes our state. Because guess what? The largest populations are in cities, St. Louis City and St. Louis County, St. Louis and Kansas City. And we have to be heard. But the city public schools, the public school system cannot be heard without our city representatives backing the voice that we're giving.
Thank you so much. That was incredibly powerful. Thank you so much, Chairman Green. No further questions.
Thank you. Are there any other committee members who have questions at this time? Okay, seeing none, I will go on to the next speaker, which is Ray Cummings from Local 420 AFT. Is Ray here?
Yes. I
Okay.
apologize for not having my camera on. I'm in dialysis, and I didn't think people wanted to see all these machines and stuff like that.
Okay. Do you commit to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely. At
Thank
my age, I'm working towards the upper room, and I'm not going to do anything to keep me out.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Green and committee members, Alderman Jesse Todd, sponsor, Alderman Stevens, co-sponsor. My name is Ray Cummings. I serve as the president of AFT St. Louis Local 420, AFL-CIO. I also serve on the executive council of the St. Louis Labor Council. I am too a product of the St. Louis Public Schools. As a matter of fact, alternative education was created just for me. I guess you could call me one of the OGs, original guys, because Our national president, Albert Shanker, charter schools were his brainchild before they were co-opted away from the original intent to be laboratories of experiment where teachers and other educators could quickly make changes that were necessary in order to keep up with what needs to be done. I'm here to testify on board resolution number 65. Once again, the original language of this proposal came from a series of Local 420 sponsored education summits, which included President Reed as well as Controller Green and the St. Louis Labor Council President. Also, at that time, the current president of the board, Dorothy Rhodey Collins, and the Vice President, Susan Jones. And the Education Summit came about after a presentation by the board where the board described that they operated downstream. This was when they were talking about school consolidation and closing schools. They said that they operated downstream from the politicians in the city who had walked away from the communities, many of which that we serve. And I knew that was a problem because elected board members are politicians, just like any other elected person. Many of you on this committee that are elected from your ward, but the board members themselves are elected citywide, just like the president of the Board of Aldermen, the mayor, and the controller. And they have put up vote totals that compare with any of those other citywide politicians. When we met, there were 3 items that came out of the Education Summit. Number 1, a resolution to impose a moratorium on the opening of any new schools in the city of St. Louis. Number 2, fair share, a coordinated plan on tips and tax abatements where everyone should contribute their fair share to finance the revenue necessary to operate the St. Louis Public Schools. Number 3, a commitment to develop a citywide plan for schools located in the city of St. Louis in collaboration with the St. Louis Public Schools. The continued opening and closing of schools has been a horrible waste of scarce, valuable resources. Nothing for the students. The only winners have been private interests. I repeat, private interests. With a decreasing population, we need a citywide plan for the education of kids rather than Robin Wobby controlling opening schools in a more than the merrier strategy that further destabilizes education opportunities in the city of St. Louis. I want to be crystal clear that it is not only about the kids, it is about the kids, the families, and the community at large. This can be a great step forward for the community. I came here with the intent to support Resolution 65. However, I would like to issue a challenge to fix the last paragraph. Any comprehensive plan must be developed by and in collaboration and in conjunction with the elected board of the city of St. Louis in order for me to continue our support. To be clear, the Board of Education of the city of St. Louis has the legal responsibility for the education of children from ages 5 to 21 who live within the city boundaries. No private entity or any other sort can legally usurp that charge. The elected board has that responsibility under the state statute. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any committee members that have questions at this time? If so, please raise your hand and I will call on you in order of seniority. Alderwoman Ingracia.
Thank you, Chairwoman Green. And thanks for being here to provide testimony. Can you provide some of your thoughts on how we can handle kids that are not currently being served well out like inside the SLPS system. Not just with behavioral issues, but other issues. Have you considered that as a?
I certainly have, and thank you for your question, Alderwoman. It's not just the city of St. Louis. It's bigger than that. It's every urban center in this United States from coast to coast that places where you have large numbers of people that live in poverty, as well as people of color. That's where the problem is. Just like I heard earlier when somebody said, well, we're not doing what we necessarily need to do, and we need all these other options. Well, guess what? Outside of these urban centers, they're giving traditional education to children. It's only within the urban centers that we got this problem. So let's not make like it's the St. Louis problem. This is a problem that plagues us every place where we have large numbers of people of poverty and large numbers of people of color.
Okay, and so what is your organization doing to address that, and how can I be helpful?
Our organization is willing to step up to the plate. We understand that we have charter schools in the city of St. Louis, that those educators in those schools face the same problems as the educators in the St. Louis public schools. We will be reaching out to all of those folks and organizing them so that they are empowered as the dream was from our past president, Albert Shanker, in order for teachers to have more input into what goes on in our schools.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cumming. No further questions.
Thank you. Alderwoman Evans.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ray Cummings, I would love to see your face, and I missed the reason as to why, you have no video.
Can you see me now?
I can see a blur.
Yes, ma'am. I am in treatment. I have kidney failure, and I don't think everybody wants to see the machines here. Some people are a little squeamish when it comes to blood or whatever and stuff like that.
Okay,
So,
well, I am so sorry. I missed
that's okay.
that.
You don't have to be Alderwoman. We know each other from when I was at Sumner High School, and we had in 2019, September the 11th, we had that peace march over there in the ward where our students were standing up for all of those students who had been murdered by gun violence.
Yes. Okay. I remember you. Okay. And you may put you can, stop the video if you like. I understand. I had an older brother that went through dialysis as well. So I understand. And I apologize.
No, no need to apologize, Alderwoman. It's my pleasure to be able to speak with you today.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Well, my question is, what is it going to take to come to the table so that we can improve our St. Louis public school system? Why aren't we coming to the table to help save the rest of our St. Louis public schools that are threatened for closing and that are not threatened for closing? We need to, I don't know, we need a game plan. And if we can't get the game plan started from this committee, I don't know who can.
Thank you, Alderwoman. That's what we are here for today, to talk about a citywide plan and how that plan is to unfold and be developed. Our public systems are under attack not only just the public schools, but our water systems, other publicly owned systems, our airport. They're all under attack by private interests, millionaires and billionaires who it is their job to make money for their investors and to enter into these public-private kind of things where the public ends up with the bill after they take the risk and they walk away. Just like we learned yesterday, another charter school was closing, and it's closing in the same building that two other schools had opened. And now, if that's not enough, the Opportunity Trust, the funder from Citibank and these other billionaires and millionaires are prepared to open another school in that building without any other plan other than to have some catchy name that we're going to be a media specialist school or something like that. The bottom line is all of those things are great, but people have to know how to read, write, and count. Those are the basic things. I don't care if it was last century or whoever it was. Those are basic things that need to happen. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be different strategies in order to get that done, but we need to face that fact and come together and try to make sure that we can solve this problem.
One more question. Why
Yes,
is
ma'am.
it that we're allowing these schools, charter schools, or you said it was enough, yeah, charter schools to open up in our public schools that have closed, only for them to close? And again, and as you say, another charter school is in line to open up in this same building. It's just like a gerbil on a spinning wheel. You know, you just keep going around and around and not going anywhere. You're not making any progress. Why does that still persist?
Alderwoman, all I can say is follow the money. Follow the money, because while the kids are there and neighborhoods become unstable, the same people continue to make these large salaries. The real estate schemes that are a part of the housing of these schools, they continue to make money. It's about money. You follow the money. And also that same money makes its way into the campaign contributions of politicians that continue to keep us on that treadmill. That's why we're trying in St. Louis to do something different. We want to get off the treadmill and start using some common sense solutions in order to solve our problem.
Thank you. Chairwoman, I relinquish the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cummings, for participating in local government today while receiving medical treatment. That is not a small thing, at least to me, so I appreciate that. But I did want to ask you for clarification on, you said at some point in your testimony that Local 420 would like the resolution to read differently. Could you clarify, could you reiterate and clarify that? You want it to include the Board of Education as well, correct?
I wanted to, and thank you for being a co-sponsor on this bill, Alderman. I'm glad that you asked that question, because let me clarify for 1 second. The Board of Education has the statutory authority for educating the kids within the city limits. That includes children that are on loan to other systems during that time. For example, some of the kids are on loan to homeschooling. Some of the kids are on loan to private and religious institutions. Of course, as we stated today, some of them are on loan to charter schools. And if any of those on loan agencies, whether it's homeschooling, private, parochial, or charters fail or stumble, the kids come back to where their home is at the St. Louis Public Schools. And it's clear because charter schools, when they take the kids out for a test drive and they decide that they don't want to keep them because it doesn't work out, they already send them back to the district with pre-printed letters. All they have to do is put the name of the student in there and you say, go back to the St. Louis Public Schools because that's your home. And then they pull out another couple of them for a test drive.
But I'm sorry, can I interject something here? When that student comes back,
Alderwoman, wait until Alderman Stevens is done,
Okay.
and then I will recognize you again. You have the floor.
okay, I'm sorry.
No, not at all, Alderwoman Evans. And I appreciate your familiarity, having been an educator. So I appreciate having your voice. And I take no offense or anything like that. Don't worry. There is no floor in a Zoom meeting, right? So just to clarify, Mr. Cummings, and to be perhaps a bit reductive, the Board of Education has statutory authority over students in the city of St. Louis because ultimately St. Louis Public Schools acts as the default should a student be unable to pursue education at another institution, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, excellent. So the current wording of the of Resolution 65 as it stands amended, so the not committee substitute, is it as amended?
As amended.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. It's been a long day. So the resolution 65 as amended is not quite as specific as you or the American Federation of Teachers Local 420 would like, correct?
That's correct. And if I could elaborate for just one quick session, what I was saying was because of that statutory accountability that is given to the Board of Education, that in fact they are held accountable by the voters in order to make sure that what is done in the best interest of the students is carried out. And all I'm saying is that the board should be driving the bus. They should be all of those other people that are listed over there, with some of them, I don't know what they are. And I've been in education in this town for 30 years, but I don't really understand what some of them are. But just saying that the board themselves, they're going, in their infinite wisdom, they're going to pull everybody to the table. And the reason why they're going to do that is because the voters hold them accountable if they're not doing the job that's expected to be done. Just like we know the same voters that hold them accountable hold all of you elected officials that are on this call today. They hold you accountable to get that job done. And if they don't reach out to everybody involved, and you as the local elected leaders are not working in conjunction with them, then they're going to hold everybody accountable. So I'm simply saying everybody, I'm sure, in the infinite wisdom of that board, is going to be a part of the process. But it's not about everybody chiming in their own kind of way, or a certain group of people just because they got 1,800 likes on Facebook, or they talk to thousands of people. Those are not voters. They're not holding them accountable. They're holding the elected officials like the Board of Education and the elected leaders that are on this call with us today.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Cummings. I appreciate the clarification. And again, I appreciate you being here today while undergoing medical treatment. And that end, I send you all my best.
And once again, I want to tell you how much I appreciate you. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you, but how much I appreciate you for stepping forward with Alderman Todd to co-sponsor this important resolution. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that as well, sir. And Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Move on to our next special guest, who is Alicia Sonier, school board member and chair of the citywide planning committee. Do you commit to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may proceed, Ms. Sonier.
So I guess kind of what I wanted to focus on and talk about is I hear a lot of conversation, which is really common around education, especially in our city, where it's like this moratorium is like a pro SLPS and an anti-choice type of resolution. And so despite like that narrative that I think is being intentionally painted to mislead people, I just want to remind you that that's not what this is. This is not a charter versus SLPS issue, and it's also not anti-choice. Some of the facts are simply that we all know St. Louis public schools in the last, and recently had to close some schools because we didn't have the student population to sustain those buildings. But on that same note, in the last, and since the year 2000, 30 plus charter schools that have opened have had to close due to financial or academic reasons. Over the last decade, we went from 60,000 to 45,000 school-age children. There was a decline in youth population in every single ward. And so in education across the board, public, charter, private, we are dealing with a decline in population, but an increase in issues. These issues have only been exacerbated by the pandemic, whether you want to talk about concentrated poverty, whether you want to talk about academic achievement, whether you want to talk about unhoused issues, trauma, mental health. All of these things were a challenge before and are much more challenging now. I think some of the responses that I've heard are kind of around the way that SLPS is an educational institution and the way that charter schools go about educating our children. But that's also another symptom of misinformation, because if you analyze the data, that's not a correct point. In the most recent annual performance score, there's not even a 2% difference in performance. So if we are going to be talking about these other educational institutions as solutions, but they're not actually producing better results, I think the whole premise of that argument, that's not the right conversation. The moratorium is asking that we as people and leaders of the cities, as people who truly love and care for our youth, who recognize the crisis that education is in, because it is a crisis, whether you want to talk about students, whether you want to talk about teachers, whether you want to talk about staff, whether you want to talk about the families. And we know that our scholars are dealing with unprecedented levels of trauma, violence, displacement, and obviously these new schools opening is a part of that displacement, because they're coming from somewhere and going somewhere else, and they're not staying open. So every time that they close, those kids and those students have to go somewhere else, and just the lack of investment. The moratorium is asking that we press pause and come together to create solutions. As the chair of the citywide educational plan, as a Board of Education member, but honestly, just as a youth myself in this city who just had to bury a friend that wasn't even 20 years old last week, I'm begging that we do this. We cannot heal a wound without addressing the bleeding. If new schools were the answer, we wouldn't be where we are. It's time that we put self-interest and profit and egos and relationships. All of that needs to go to the side, and we need to do what's best for the young scholars of our city. I respect the right to choose, but we do have to tell the truth. We all, because I think also there's this argument that SLPS underserves Black children. But if you look at the number and the data, like I just said, we all collectively can do better to serve Black children. And also, SLPS is a part of a larger educational system, and educational systems in America don't serve Black children, regardless of what you look at, the way that we should. So continuously building new schools, that doesn't just impact SLPS. It impacts every single school that currently exists, regardless of whether or not it's public or it's private or it's charter. I've had several conversations with charter school leaders that are also in favor of the moratorium, because you're constantly getting schools and they're having trouble staying open for similar reasons. I think that every scholar and every family deserves holistic and high quality education. Regardless of the option of the family that they choose, we're hurting each other when we have these conversations and they're not laced in facts and they're not laced in truth. A moratorium is a start of us figuring some things out as a city. It's saying let's press pause, let's come together, let's analyze what exists, let's figure out what the needs are, let's be honest about what we have in excess of and what's missing. As a city and as an interconnected collective, it's quite literally do or die.
Thank you, Ms. Saunier. Are there any questions from the committee? If so, please raise your hand and I'll call on you in order of seniority. So I do have one question. As the chair of the citywide planning committee, can you walk us through sort of where you are in that process and how long you anticipate it to take to bring stakeholders together and to work on a citywide plan?
So we're having our first meeting, and every meeting that we have will be publicly accessible. It will be on YouTube. There will be a public notice. We're currently working on putting together the first meeting, and that meeting will be stakeholders. And to be clear, all of us on this meeting here are a lot of us are stakeholders, but this meeting will be to get, we've identified people that have organizations within Unhoused. We've, the Board of Aldermen, the Mayor's Office, Board of Education members, people from Urban Planning and Development, people from the St. Louis Development Corporation, scholars from different institutions, so for data and analysis and purpose like that, even the geospatial intelligence office that we have opening up here, because a part of the process will need to include an assessment of just where students, where are schools. And so I think what we've just done most recently is we had a retreat and kind of identify who we thought these stakeholders were and some of the outcomes. The next step is to go to some of these stakeholders that, some of the folks that I just named, and we've already started conversations with them. So we anticipate having that first meeting within the next 2 weeks. And then before the month is November over, we will officially start the phase. And the first phase of that process will be community engagement. And so we will likely have an online option for you to fill out a survey and answer some questions for us. But we will also be holding some community listening sessions where you can come and really, I want to make sure we're all on the same page as far as what you would like to get out of education from the city that you are not, what's working well, just getting community feedback into that process. That will probably take about 2 to 3 months. And we will also do some canvassing as a part of that process. That's a new way of engagement, I think, for the district and the board, but we want to make sure that, if we realize that we're getting a lack of responses from certain areas or certain people who don't typically engage, we want to make sure we touch those bases. And then I think as a result, once we complete the community engagement process, and like I said, that could be anywhere, I would say 2 to 3 months. The next stage will be to form working groups. Once we identify, okay, these are some of the things that we can get out of this process. These are some of the goals that we want to work towards, some of the outcomes we like. We'll have working groups where people can kind of work on one specific initiative. I think the process, I definitely think within the next year, we can have a citywide educational plan. It does take time because you need data analysis. You need to make sure that you're hearing from the community. You need to get your stakeholders on the table. So it does take time because we don't want to just rush and do it to get it done. I don't know, does that answer your question?
Does. One follow-up question, as you are bringing together these stakeholder groups, is that table inclusive of people who have not historically wanted to work together? And how do we manage some of those relationships through this process? Because if we are talking about a citywide plan for education, SLPS is definitely the largest part of education in our city, and there are also entities, whether it's charter or pre-K programs or whatever, who need to be around the table so that we don't continue to have these adversarial kind of conflicts that we're having now.
I hope that it will. I can't accept the invitation for other people, but I hope that it will. I think what we're talking about now is just making sure that people know that we're engaged in the process. There are definitely some people from other entities that I'll be reaching out to collaborate, but also anyone who wants to come and be a part of the process is welcomed. Although we are discussing the idea of a moratorium being a part of the process of being engaged, because there has to be a level of integrity and there has to be a common truth. You can't like come to the table saying you want to work on putting a plan together, you want to work on solving a wound, but you're still like constantly picking at and irritating the wound while we're trying to stop the bleeding. So I certainly hope that it can be an inclusive process. I absolutely agree that a citywide educational plan, although it definitely should center the district and should center SLPS, that it has to be inclusive. And I'm open to collaborative solutions and a collaborative process.
Thank you. Appreciate that. If there's no other questions for her, we will move on to our next speaker, who is Mike Jones, the Municipal Affairs Liaison for SLPS. Mike, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, and I'm here as basically staff support to the board members, and I would just say that I think Board Member Fowler and Board Member Sonnier accurately and comprehensively spoke to the rationale for the moratorium. I would like to complement their remarks just by adding an additional dimension. I think this is also important for the city. I think the city and the entire community, by the city, I mean the community of St. Louis, is at an inflection point right now. We're starting the third decade of the 21st century. We have taken a census. Looks like our population has leveled out at around 300,000 plus or minus. And the reality is, where does St. Louis go from here? And in my career over the last 4 decades, we spend a lot of time looking backwards to look forward. And I think the real issue now is, what is St. Louis today, and what do we want St. Louis to be in the next 2 to 3 decades? The reality is that the city is an autonomous unit and St. Louis Public Schools is an autonomous unit, but they're not independent from each other. They are really have a synergistic relationship, and the success of one depends on the success of the other. And the reality is, St. Louis Public Schools has to speak to what is a 21st century public education and what does that look like in St. Louis. And they have to know what city they're building it for. And that requires the city to address where we think St. Louis is going to go, or where we're going to try to go over the next 20 to 30 years, so we can align or stop the bleeding today, but align the system we got to build in the future educationally to the city that we're also trying to develop and build. And I don't think we can do that until we hit the pause button and kind of get on the same page, just in terms of looking at the data, defining what we think the long-term goals are, so that as everybody moves forward, and everybody will be improvising a little bit on how they move forward, but there needs to be a consensus on the direction and the goal. And I don't think we can do that until we do what Board Member Sonnier just said, as well as Board Member Fowler, and that's hit pause to collect ourselves and the data and reach some consensus on what this means and where we're headed. So I think that this is not just about the St. Louis Public Schools, but it's also about the city writ large. And there's a real interest on behalf of the city in aligning itself with this process so that we can have a collective vision for the city that speaks to the future.
Right, thank you, Mike. Do any committee members have questions? If so, please raise your hand and I will call you in the order of seniority. All right. Well, that concludes our special guest for today. We're now going to move into public comment. And what I will do is alternate pro and con based upon the list that I have. If you would, in efforts for transparency, everyone who's testified already has, said who they are representing. If you are testifying, if you could please just let us know if you're representing an organization or have kids in the public schools, sort of what your relationship is to this conversation. That would be wonderful. First person will go support and then against. The first person I have is Emily Kotzlow.
Pretty close.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm going to butcher a lot of names tonight.
That's all right. Not a problem.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may proceed.
All right. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to guests and members of the Education and Youth Matters Committee. My name is Emily Kelso, and I'm a resident of the 15th Ward. I'm also the mother to 3 children enrolled in St. Louis Public Schools currently. And I'm here today also in my capacity as the chair of the Parent Action Council for St. Louis Public Schools, which is an organization that represents and advocates for parents and caregivers of all schools across the district. Basically, we call ourselves the PTO for all of St. Louis Public Schools. And as the chair of the Parent Action Council, or PAC as we call it, I'm very privileged to get to speak with parents, caregivers, families, staff members, teachers, and administrators at schools from all across the city and across St. Louis Public Schools. In that position, I listen to their concerns, I help them solve problems, and I encourage them to advocate for what their students and their schools need. So really helping amplify and elevate their voices to get the things that their schools and their students need. But quite frankly, in this capacity, I'm realizing that all of the advice I can give, all of the support I can give, and all of the encouragement in the world I can give cannot solve for things like structural deficiencies, budget shortfalls, and quite frankly, political apathy. And these things result in worse experiences for our city's most vulnerable students and families. And that's what has happened historically here in the city of St. Louis, and also is continuing to happen in this moment. And it's because of everything that our special presenters have talked about before. To sum it up, an increased number of schools for a decreased number of students. And when you have that situation, students and families in St. Louis Public experience some of the following issues. A lack of things like nurses, counselors, and social workers to cover all the schools in the district, which increases the risk of injury and illness in this moment of global pandemic, and it removes support from mental health in a time of increased anxiety and trauma. It results in things like transportation struggles that result in kids getting left at bus stops and ultimately missing school. It results in school buildings that are literally crumbling around our students. And it results in teachers and staff dealing with burnout and lower pay compared to their counterparts in St. Louis County, because all the passion and dedication in the world doesn't pay bills or provide self-care for their mental health. Make no mistake, the status quo of education and the proliferation of charters in the city of St. Louis is killing our public schools and contributing to worse outcomes for our students. And one way to improve this situation is to simply stop opening schools and express support for a moratorium. We don't need new charters when we are closing our public schools. We don't need to spread the available funds even thinner and then act shocked and upset when SLPS is struggling to fill in the gaps. What we need, as Board Member Saunier said, is we need a plan that brings every leader and stakeholder in this city to the table and works together to prioritize the success of our public schools in every decision that they make. And in this capacity of the chair of the Parent Action Council, which is a volunteer position, I'm just trying to create a better place for my kids and for every kid across the city. And I cannot do that on my own, or even with the dedication and passion of every other parent in St. Louis Public Schools. Instead, I need, and we need, the help of the Board of Aldermen to create that better world for our students. So today I implore you to support Resolution 65 to put a moratorium on new charter schools in the city of St. Louis and to create a citywide plan for public education. Thank you very much for your time and attention today.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Okay, then we will move on to our first con speaker, Senator Jamila Nasheed. I think I saw her.
I'm here.
Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you. First and foremost, Madam Chair, let me thank you for having this platform so that we can talk about what quality education should look like. I would like to first thank the committee members also for taking time out of your schedule, because you can be doing something else as well. For those that are not familiar with who I am Jamila Nasheed. I served as a state rep for approximately 6 years. I also served as a senator for 8 years. But before doing that, I was a local committee woman in the 21st Ward. I had one kid that I raised. Her name is Nicole Williams. She's my little cousin. I had her since she was 3. She went to charter school. She went to public school. I was even the president of PTO at Cortnaretta. So, you know, I know all too well about what's happening within the educational system here in the St. Louis area. I also was around when the state takeover took place. I was one of the protesters trying to stop the state takeover. What I know to be a fact is that the schools in the city of St. Louis are failing our children. We have children graduating from the kindergarten to the 12th grade, not knowing how to read on the 3rd grade level. They cannot even go and compete with math, and when it comes to math and science. Cortex is beyond their scope because they're not even equipped, okay? I'm talking about in the traditional public schools, okay? We have children, every subject matter, they're below proficiency in every subject matter. And this has been happening, not since the proliferation of charter schools. This has been going on for decades, and not just in the city of St. Louis. Throughout this country, there's been a systematic problem with education when it comes to poor Black kids, okay? And so I'm here to ask you all to do something that's very important. First, I'm here to oppose the resolution, okay? But I'm also here to ask you to pause for a second and table the resolution. And let's talk about the real issues. The resolution to put a moratorium on new schools is appalling. If you have parents who doesn't feel like their children are getting a quality education in the traditional district schools, why shouldn't they have somewhere else to go? Why should they be subject to have their children stuck and trapped in a school that they feel is failing their child? That's wrong. All across the board, that's wrong. And so what I'm saying to you, and when we talk about charter schools, I'm not saying charter schools is save all, because charter schools are bad in some instances too. But guess what? Guess what? We talk about accountability. When those charter schools fail, they get closed down. When public traditional schools fail, they keep passing them on from one grade to the next, knowing that they cannot read and write. That is wrong. And if we truly care about this city, and we want this city to thrive and be the best that it can be, we have to educate our poor Black kids. We're going to either educate them or we're going to incarcerate them. There's no in between. Charter schools, unlike public schools, they close them down. And yes, we talked about public schools being closed down, but they're being closed down. Charters and publics are being closed down for 2 different reasons. Charter schools are being closed down because they're not educating our kids, and they should close them down. Public schools are being closed down because due to the decrease in population, not because they're not educating our children. So all I'm saying to you all, if we want to have a conversation about what a resolution looks like, Why should we not have a resolution about making sure that our children are reading on grade level? That should be in the resolution. Why can't we have inside that resolution asking that the district have a plan for the nearly $200 million that's coming to this city right now? That should be our conversation. I'm not new to this, I'm true to this. I've been fighting for the public school system for a long time. Way before any of you newcomers have come, maybe way before the carpetbaggers came in. I've been on the ground fighting because I love this city. So I'm asking that we table this and begin to have a real conversation about how we can educate our kids and give them a quality education. And it's not about a moratorium. Let's table it and let's have a real conversation and let's bring forth a real resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the senator? Sorry, I'm not seeing. Okay, Alderwoman Ingracia, did you raise your hand too?
I didn't raise my hand. I
Okay.
just yeah.
Okay. Then Alderwoman Evans does have her hand up.
Okay.
Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Senator Jamila Nasheed. I see and I understand your compassionate conversation.
Let me apologize too for getting so
no,
you know, because this is dear to me.
Because when you're speaking from the heart, you can't conceal that. Okay. And I understand exactly where you're coming from. I had an opportunity to how can I say, go with Alderman Sam Moore at the time when he was alive. We went to Farragut School because it was on the block for being slated for closing. So I went there, had never been in Farragut before. And as we walked through the halls, me being an educator of some 34 years, what struck me was how quiet the building was. And I'm saying, well, okay, but see, they wanted to close that and make it into a senior citizens home or facility. And I'm saying, okay. And so we went into some of the classrooms, saw the process and the programs that they had going on in this school. And I'm saying, why do they want to close this school? The kids were making the grades, the scores, and the only thing they had against them was they didn't have enough students in that building. Now, my thing is, you close a building that's making the grades because they don't have enough students there. It's something wrong with that picture. You're sending and busing our kids out of the neighborhood that they could be going to. Where the child goes, so goes the money. Now, my thing is, I was upset that they wanted to close Farragut School down. I'm saying this is one of the best kept secrets in the north side of St. Louis. But because we didn't have the kids there to continue making the grades, which is whatever system they had in place under Principal Cox, they were knocking the socks off of the scores. So I don't
have a question.
I'm sorry.
Do you have a question for me?
Well, I'm just saying, not all schools, St. Louis public school system in the St. Louis public school system don't make the grade, because we have some schools that do. And Farragut Elementary School was a school that was making the grade, but they ended up closing it. So my question to you is, what do you suggest we do to help bring the St. Louis public school facilities to the level that, you know, is second to none?
Okay.
Instead of closing. Now, and I'm saying, instead of closing some of the other schools that we still have other schools that are still here facing closing, St. Louis public schools. But my thing is, why don't we have the same programs that these kids are leaving our area for in our system? It can be done. With money coming in, it can be done. But you gotta have people that wanna see that happen and not have our schools, our city deteriorating because it was designed for that.
Well, let me first and foremost say this. What they need to do is the St. Louis public schools, they need to put in place an actual reading curriculum. Because again, if you look at and this is for the record, this is not what this ain't what I'm saying. All you need to go is look at the data. Children are below proficiency in every single subject matter in the city of St. Louis. What we need to do is figure out a curriculum across the board and see how we can get our children up to grade level, okay? What we also need to do is not put a moratorium on charter schools. If a parent doesn't feel like their children are doing well in the traditional school, they should be allowed to have their children to go elsewhere. And I can guarantee you this, if we allow more charter schools, because people are not satisfied with a traditional right now. If we allow more charter schools, quality charter schools, not just any kind of charter schools, but quality charter schools, then I truly believe that there will be a surge of people coming back to the city of St. Louis and North St. Louis. Right now, Yeatman, you go look at the test scores in Yeatman. It's deplorable. Who want to live in the 21st ward? I wouldn't want to if I had children. I wouldn't want to live in your ward if I had children. Go look at what's happening in your school. So we should be able to allow for competition.
May I interject something here? When I taught in the school system, we shared with other districts that were making the score, that were making the grades, and we were trying to figure out, okay, what is it that they're doing, that their students are making the grades that we're not doing? So it's going to take that, just like you're saying, don't put a moratorium on charter schools. Well, my thing is, you put the money into the facilities that are open so that they can compete. Find out what it is that, say, for instance, you say the charter schools have. I mean, throwing charter schools at this problem is not going to solve it. You have to have people educated. You have to have them trained. You have to have, just like you said, a reading curriculum. I'm quite sure they have a reading curriculum, but is it being monitored? Don't you know what gets monitored gets done? So you may have a reading curriculum, but who's not monitoring it? There's not, like you said, wait a minute, I went through the St. Louis public school system. I remember Come Run with Dick and Jane way back then. And we learned how to read. I'm dating myself. I ain't going there. Okay. But the thing of it is, they had a reading curriculum. We learned to read. I can remember having to take a reading book home. My teacher let me sneak a book home so that my parents could give me more instruction in that book. And that, believe it or not, I'm sorry, believe it or not, that increased my reading. So there's not one thing, I guess you could say one fix that's going to fix this problem that we're in. It's going to take, as you said, people coming to the table to make sure that our students are getting a quality education. And it's going to have to be monitored. It has to be monitored. And that's all I have to say. I thank you, Senator Nasheed.
Thank you.
If you put that much passion into helping us find a solution,
I will.
We got it licked already, okay?
Yeah, I am.
I
Okay.
think Alderwoman Gracia now has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Senator Nasheed, for your impassioned speech. I am really torn on this issue. I have been a St. Louis City resident for basically all of the 45 years that I've been alive. The St. Louis City public schools have been struggling. When I grew up, my parents wanted me to go to a public school. I lived literally in the middle of a block that there was a Catholic school down the street and a public school. And my parents were so concerned about my safety and education, you know, in the early 1980s, that they sent me and paid for a Catholic education. And this is a completely complex issue. And to Senator Nasheed's point, like, I represent a lot of very low income Black and brown people who have been served very well by charter schools. I myself sent my kids to Mallinckrodt, which is a magnet school. And obviously that's like the easiest way to enter public education. But charter schools are doing things that sometimes City of St. Louis City public schools are not doing. And so I think we need to be really thoughtful about that. Like, we can't just villainize the fact that folks are trying to educate Black and brown people. And it's heartbreaking to me. The school district should be able to do it. And I don't remember who brought it up, but the conversation and the controversy around, like, going back and forth between, you know, what we can deliver to kids. I mean, there are some exceptional charter schools. Absolutely there are. There are some exceptional public schools. Absolutely there are. So, like, ruling, I want to vote for this resolution, but I just don't think we're quite there yet. Like, we have so much more work to do to really address the kids that we are leaving behind, because we are leaving behind the larger percentage of kids who need free public education. And I don't see a clear path forward right now with the Board of Education. I don't see a clear path forward with charter schools. So Senator Nasheed, thanks for bringing it up.
Well, can I make a comment to you, please?
Yes.
Yeah. You know, and we go a long way, you and I. You know, we've been in this, and we've seen the, you know, proliferation of charter schools. And all I'm saying, and all I'm trying to convey tonight, is that don't allow for parents to be trapped by putting a moratorium. If they don't feel that their child is getting what they need, because we all know there's not one size fit all. you know, and if they feel like they want to take their child, this is not about trying to protect the unions. This is not trying to protect a building. This is about trying to give our children a quality education. You know, I mean, we need more Black teachers in both traditional and charter. They need to see people who look like them. That's the type of stuff that needs to be in this resolution. What are we going to do with the 200 million? How are we going to get our children on the grade level that they need to be on? Yeatman have 90% of their kids reading at third below proficiency. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
and it's an indictment on us to be sitting here today talking about should we stop good schools from coming in? But what we should do is stop bad charter schools from opening. That, yeah, we put in a moratorium. No more bad charter schools. Let's stop them all. Shut them down. We can't do that with public schools. They just pass them on. And, you know, I support, you know, because I put money in charter. I worked for the public schools the whole time I was there, both public and charter. You know, I put monies in the budget for math and science tutoring to the tunes of $2 million. Okay? So that kids can have free tutoring because their mother cannot afford to get them to the level that they're on because the schools are not doing it. And tutoring costs $70 or $80 and parents can't afford it. Why can't we just give free tutoring for all kids? Even when they're outside of the home, outside of the school. I mean, talking about a moratorium, this is embarrassing. Really, it's embarrassing. Because it's not about stopping schools. It's about making sure that we have quality education in all the schools.
Yeah, and I think we differ a bit. Like in my mind, we would have quality public schools available for all the kids that need education and even a like specific education that's outside of traditional learning. I don't know that this resolution is going to do that, but I do think we need to pause and be way more thoughtful about how we're handling education in St. Louis. No further questions. Thanks so much, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just want to bring it back again to the wording of the resolution is a moratorium on the opening of new schools while a comprehensive plan is developed. So I don't think in any way this resolution is trying to say that just a moratorium during the creation of a plan will in any way solve the issues in schools in St. Louis. So I do think it is part of the process to start from one place and have a situation that's somewhat constant while a plan is developed without new schools coming in. So I just want to make sure that's clear with what we're actually talking about in this text of the resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderman Stevens.
Hello, thank you, Chairwoman. I do have questions. I don't know if anyone noticed, but my computer kind of had a technical glitch earlier, so I don't have access to the chat or participant functions. So I do apologize. I'll have to log off and relog after this. But Senator Nishi, thank you for being here today, and thank you for speaking to this issue and on this issue. I did just have a quick question because again, my computer cut out. So welcome to Zoom, everyone. But did you state any agency affiliation in your introduction?
No, I'm here on behalf of myself as a concerned citizen.
Okay. Have you ever, recognizing that you're under oath, Senator Nishi, have you ever been affiliated with, or are you currently affiliated with any charter schools or the Opportunity Trust?
Opportunity Trust, I have a close relationship with.
And you don't feel that that is germane to this conversation? That
I don't think that, you know, who I'm affiliated with. I don't think, excuse me, let me say this here. Because I mean,
so you do not feel as if that is germane to this conversation, that you have a, as you say, close relationship with the Opportunity Trust, which supports charter schools and some could say is in direct defiance to or in direct opposition to public schools?
I don't think that that's a conflict of interest, because if you, I mean, I don't know where you're from, and I don't know how long you've lived in the city of St. Louis,
That's
but
not
if
true.
you, but excuse me, if you know me, you know that I have been fighting for charter schools ever since that I've been elected official. I've been fighting for quality education ever since I've been an elected official. So to assume that I am doing this or I'm here on behalf of an organization or somebody that I work closely with is a slap in my face, because I have been fighting this fight long before you even got here, Alderman Bill.
No, it's Alderman Stevens, Madam.
Stevens.
Stevens, yes. And I merely point this out because I do believe that's germane to the conversation.
How so? How is putting a moratorium and me not supporting a moratorium and me supporting charter schools as a citizen of the city of St. Louis, who have always supported charter schools for the last 10 years, how does that have anything to do with where I stand today? So let me ask you a question. Because I'm affiliated with them right now versus me been fighting this fight for 10 years, how are you going to judge the two?
Oh, I do seem to have struck a nerve, haven't I, Senator Nasheed?
No, this whole thing struck a nerve.
Senator Nasheed, I have the floor. Thank you. So to respond to your questions, one, my professional background is in education. So I don't know, you don't know me, nor do I know you. But
Correct.
That's why it's relevant, because we don't know each other. The fact that you're affiliated with and have a close relationship, your words with the Opportunity Trust is relevant to this conversation, not to bash charter schools, not to bash public schools or this moratorium or this resolution. That's separate from the point. It is duplicitous to have this relationship. It is my opinion as an elected official, as a member of this committee, Senator Nasheed, that it is duplicitous for you to have that relationship and for you not to present it in this conversation, but rather to present yourself as an impartial member of the public. And that is all I mean to establish. And that is my stance. And we can discuss how long I've been in this city. We can discuss my professional background, also fighting for children. And we can discuss charter schools, of which I am not.
This is really, yeah, let me say this here. I also have a relationship with the St. Louis Public Schools too. Do you want to know that? I have an affiliation with the St. Louis Public Schools.
Well, and then that should have been shared as well. I believe that's germane to the conversation as well. However,
I don't think so though, but I don't think so. I don't think I have a relationship with the public schools and I have a relationship with the charter school associations. However, that is not the issue at hand. The issue at hand is how do we get our children to a quality education?
Absolutely.
And this is what I don't like about you. This is what I don't like about where we at today, because we're making it too political. And I'm saying, me and Dr. Adams are we're like this. I talk to Dr. Adams every so often.
You're not like this on this issue. So you're.
But when it comes to education, but what I'm saying to you is, at the end of the day, young man, Alderman Bill.
You're not being condescending due to my age. I'm an elected official, just as you were yourself. It is Alderman Stevens. It is
not. You
young.
have more questions, sir?
No, but I do have a statement. Thank you, Senator Nasheed. It is duplicitous what you have presented here today without mentioning these facts. That is my stance. That is the opinion of the Alderman of the 12th Ward. I do believe that your relationship is much stronger than just a close relationship or affiliation with the Opportunity Trust, which I believe is relevant. And I agree.
How is it relevant?
I'm not questioning you, Senator Nasheed. I agree with you that we do need to take a step back. We need to look at education. We need to look at the opportunities that we are affording our students, because our city does not have a future without our students. A comprehensive plan, a citywide plan, is not just to address immediate concerns. It is to address the future of this city, a city that is by definition, thank you, Senator Nasheed,
totally
a city
agree.
That is by textbook definition the definition of urban decay. A population of 301,000, down from nearly 1 million. Yes, we need a pause. We need to take a step back.
I agree with you.
How do we better serve our students? And we are doing that with this resolution, which has the support of Dr. Adams, your close friend.
How are you doing it with this resolution though?
Because it establishes a moratorium. I can't make you read the resolution, madam.
How putting a moratorium or how stopping kids from having a better school to attend is helping the school district and the city? How telling the parents that kids should not be able to go to another school, even though that school that their children are in is failing? That's not helping us, that's hurting.
So that we establish a citywide plan to see how we can address these issues.
You can do that without moratorium?
Thank you. I have the floor. I have the floor, Senator Nasheed. You are a former senator, a former state legislature. You know exactly what that means. I had the floor.
I just don't like buffoonery, you know? I'm sorry. I just don't like buffoonery.
Any further in this meeting, I am not here to debate with you. I'm here to call out the fact that you do have a conflict of interest, and that conflict of interest is the fact that you are affiliated with the Opportunity Trust, and that you withheld that information under oath from this body in an attempt to present.
But I'm not representing them. I'm not representing the Opportunity Trust.
Madam
I'm
Chair,
here as a concerned citizen.
Alderman Stevens, is your mic working?
I yielded back, madam.
Okay.
I don't know if you could hear me as I was spoken, but I did in fact do that.
Thank you. I did not hear that. I think it cut out for a second. Did Alderman Paige have any questions?
No, I'm going to withhold my questions while the heat in the room calms down.
All right. Thank you, Alderman Paige. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
We will move on to the next speaker in support, which is Kimberly Franks. If she is still here.
Yes, I am.
All right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the committee for allowing me time to speak today. My name is Kim Franks. You said on my screen name. I'm here in my individual capacity. I'm not here on behalf of any group. I'm not a registered lobbyist. I'm just a parent. And to be transparent with you all, I am a charter school parent. And I do not have the history that a lot of you all have in St. Louis. So what makes me different today is that I am a St. Louis transplant. But I've been here for 21 years and I've lived in the city of St. Louis ever since then. And my husband and I were very intentional about wanting to drop anchors here in the city, and we love it. So I am an 8th Ward resident and mother.
Yes, thank you.
Mother of 3 bundles of brown joy, ages 9 through 18. And as a parent, I can relate, especially to those of us that are raising Black children here in the city, to the urgency of having my child be in a school environment that is physically and emotionally safe, academically sound, responsive to their unique learning needs, and one where they can have a sense of home school connection. That was what I was looking for many years ago in our public school district as a first-time mom and rather new local transplant, when I encountered disarray, bureaucracy, and abrasion towards parent guardians and children within our public school district. Concerned for what that entailed for the well-being of my child and familiar with how to fight the system, I looked to charter and private schools as a solution for my child. And over the years, quite honestly, we've had a pretty good experience for my firstborn, as well as his younger school brothers at our charter school. So although that's been a good experience, I stand here today in support of hitting the pause button. And here's why. I'm not worried that this moratorium means that my child's school is going to close down tomorrow, or that they're going to be able to cease exploring how to serve the students better. What I see this as is a pause, a step back. And I think it addresses a lot of the concerns that were raised by Senator Nasheed and a lot of the previous speakers here today. So on paper, my kid's school has done better than most charter schools in the LPS school district. However, growth and expansion plans hastened by a need to balance the budget and the requirements of outside funders such as Opportunity Trust have led to instability at the school, which has led to faculty and administrative turnover and student attrition. So as the school grows, it's facing challenges that duplicate those for which SLPS has had many years of experience. As of late, I've noticed the consolidation of funding resources and think tank operations, which has prompted a shift in local charter school culture that reeks of a nonprofit industrial complex, one that emphasizes fast growth. New schools with rapid expansion plans seem to place more emphasis on bodies in the building than stabilized quality of curriculum instruction, support programs, and teacher support. As these schools grow, they struggle to demonstrate that they can better juggle the operational issues any better than the school district that they set out to outperform. Don't get me wrong, I love innovation. I love some of the fresh ideas that these schools tend to offer. But where we struggle is that we have a culture now that is dominated by a need to grow and to grow fast. And so the inability to deliver on promises and to serve a larger population, of students that are diverse and have needs are a struggle that I'm seeing that's becoming common across the spread with charter schools. So meanwhile, we have dissatisfied families that are jumping from school to schools, not quite finding the quality and accountability that they are seeking. I've had friends that have jumped from no less than 3 or 4 charter schools. So different cast, same script. And there's not a week that passes without me hearing grievance from a parent guardian of a Black child regarding a charter school horror story. I think that many of us would like to show up and hold the schools accountable for serving our children. But with all the schools and all the privately governed school boards, we have spread thin with too many dragons to slay.
I'm sorry, time's up. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee for Kimberly? All right.
Really quickly, I just want to say thank you, Kimberly. I think you're not alone. I think our kids are at the same school, and I didn't want my kids to be at a charter school. That's not what I wanted for them. But the district was not offering anything that could be helpful to them. So I appreciate your thought on pausing to make sure that we are doing the right things for the most amount of kids that we can, including our own children. So thanks for your testimony. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome, Madam Alderwoman.
Thank you. Next up is Charles Stanley. Right? Do you commit to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and committee members. I am here in opposition to Resolution 65. My name is Charles Stanley. I am a fellow with Build, Excel, Extain, and I am an entrepreneur in residence with the Opportunity Trust. I'm also a 12-year educator and the founder of the first elementary public charter school in the state of Mississippi. I was the first of 3 Black charter school founders in the state. Each of us designed schools intentionally for Black families and students in our respective cities in Mississippi. My school, Smilo Collegiate, served a student demographic made up of 99% Black students and 11% population of students with disabilities, and produced high achievement results for students consistently. My school became the highest performing open enrollment school in the city in our first year, with almost $3,000 spent less per pupil in funding than in the state of Missouri. I am personally a byproduct of public schools and have served in the capacity of a public, private, and charter school educator. All of these models have consistently not produced high academic results for Black children, nor have they adequately prepared them for life beyond high school. Since the Brown versus Board of Education decision, we've been trying to force a model on Black children that wasn't designed for us. We were excluded from white schools, and integration merely meant Black bodies in white schools. There were no shifts in practice or style to embrace Black children. Black people have defied these odds, but education shouldn't have to be a fight and a struggle. Educators have a duty to provide instruction that caters to what works best for the students we serve. There are 4 Black leaders who have interest in submitting charters here in St. Louis, not because we hate public schools. If you visited any school in SLPS, you will see teachers and leaders working their behinds off, loving on kids, and showing up even when it seems hopeless. This is no attack on them. The original intent of charters is centered around collaboration. An effective charter model exists as a learning hub for the school district to adequately learn what it looks like to implement a new curriculum or strategy within the context of the city before trying it as an entire school district. As a former teacher who has suffered the infinite fast changes that happen in school districts, I can attest to the fact that teachers don't have enough time to learn new material and curriculum and are immediately held accountable for those results. The district should be capitalizing on the innovation so that SLPS improves. Once a school district is no longer failing, charter schools by law are no longer allowed to be there. This is how you stop charters from coming to a city. It's by getting it right, allowing innovation to be a bridge, not a threat. This is my concern with the moratorium. Innovation stops. Charters have been here 21 years due to 21 years of failing accountability scores and failing schools. Closing schools to open higher performing schools is progress. The moratorium outlines no dates or timelines and is in contrast to state laws that have final authority on a charter school's existence in the state of Missouri. The waitlist numbers at existing charter schools tells a different narrative than this moratorium alludes to. There's a demand for quality schools. The declining school performance and falling performance of Black students in St. Louis says that this moratorium is a mistake. Black students are seeing higher growth achievement in charter schools. As schools are closing, plans to reform and adjust are not being released, while leaders like myself have plans and approaches that may differ, but are proven effective and consistent for students of color and students with disabilities. As someone who seeks to open a full inclusion boys school focused on reading and financial literacy to directly combat the 85% of Black children not proficient in reading and slow the school to prison pipeline, this moratorium halts the work of an inspiring Black educational entrepreneur with a track record of success. I ask you to take more time before deciding on this moratorium. And I'd also love the space to share more about my ideas of what it looks like to properly collaborate with a charter in a public school. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions from committee members? I do have one question. So most of your educational history is in Mississippi. How long have you been in St. Louis?
I've been here since July.
Okay, so why St. Louis to come and start a school?
So my journey in St. Louis has everything to do with my commitment to education globally. My home is North Carolina by birth, but through the life experiences and traumas that I've faced, I've lived in many different spaces and have explored life, as many folks in my age range do. And St. Louis is a move for me for 2 reasons. One, my time in Mississippi was fulfilled in the work that I was doing there. And then it also led to my enjoyment of the city of St. Louis. I like this city. I like what it has to offer. And it also offers me the opportunity to continue the work that I've been doing my entire education career, which is working to provide high quality education for Black children to set them on the pathways to liberation.
Thank you. Welcome to St. Louis. Just one last question. Do you happen to know how many charters in St. Louis actually outperform SLPS at the moment?
I don't have the specific number, but that number is not very high. And so there is a number of charter schools that are not performing well either.
Yeah, it's 8. 8 are outperforming SLPS at the moment. So you have your work cut out for you to do something different. But thank you and welcome to our city. We need more people moving here.
Thank you.
Next up is Carla and Miguel Alexander from the Community One Project and Jeff Vanderloo.
Hi. Hello.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Education and Youth Matters Automatic Committee. We are Mr. and Mrs. Alexander, concerned citizens and longtime residents of the city of St. Louis. We support this moratorium on new charter school openings, specifically new charter schools. However, we do not support the continuous closing of traditional neighborhood schools like Dunbar Elementary and existing schools that have been closed on the city's north side, while charter schools are allowed to open on the city's north side. Coincidentally, traditional public schools are being closed overwhelmingly in communities of color. We support the St. Louis Board of Education for putting a halt on the opening of new charter schools. And this moratorium is a significant start. In August of 2020, then mayoral candidate Tashara Jones was asked at a news conference, do you think new charter schools should be allowed to open while St. Louis public schools is closing schools? Ms. Jones said no. In addition to that, prior to the closure of 7 more traditional public schools, last year, Ms. Jones met with Superintendent Dr. Adams. Dr. Adams told her that if there was any development plan on the north side, SLPS would not have closed schools there. But we would like to acknowledge that the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, is only 1/2 mile from Dunbar. Although you state that there should be a moratorium on new schools, if we're not mistaken, just yesterday, perhaps, another new charter school was approved by the Missouri Charter Public School Commission to open in 2022 in North St. Louis City. How fair and practical is this to support a new charter school with 125 students when a traditional public school, Dunbar Elementary, was closed that had 141 students? Furthermore, just a mile away from Dunbar, Atlas Charter School was allowed to open this year in August. How can we continue to promote quality education for our children when a charter school is allowed to have 20% of its teaching staff not certified by the state of Missouri? Another new charter school is not the solution. High quality educational resources are the solution in our existing schools. Charter schools open, but then they close. Charter schools even struggle for years, but continue to evade closure. Former SLPS School Board President Dorothy Rhodey Collins said, what we need to do is reinvest in the schools we have. Let us ask ourselves, what is the real motivation behind opening a charter school? And what are their connections? The push for equity is across the nation with our democracy, with our vote.
Minute left.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. The push for equity is across the nation with our democracy, with our vote, with our children's education. Our children's education must not and should not be compromised by monetary or political interests. We do not want St. Louis to look like New Orleans, which is now 100% charter. All of the issues in the original resolution number 65 have been addressed in a revised resolution that we emailed to the Board of Aldermen clerk, Mr. Terry Kennedy, and we would like to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Do committee members have any questions? Right. Thank you so much for your time and for sharing your story and for your dedication and your work. It doesn't go unnoticed.
Thank you.
Next up is Richard Sheeran. Entrepreneur in residence at the Opportunity Trust. Is Richard here?
Yes, I
Okay,
am
it
here.
says
Good evening,
Senator,
everyone.
it says Senator Rashid for some reason. So,
Yes, I am unsure what the Zoom gods have in store. I apologize for that.
that is all
But
right.
good,
Do you
good.
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely. Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Good evening to everyone. Madam Chairwoman, Madam Chairwoman, Alderman, and distinguished guests. My name is Richard Sharon, and I am a fellow at both with BES and with the Opportunity Trust. I am here tonight to oppose the moratorium humbly and respectfully. And I am here this evening only to provide another glimpse at an entrepreneur who is here to help. I've listened intently all evening long, and I want to make sure my position is clear that I both understand and respect the vast majority of the points that have been made on this call. And what stands out to me and what I am here to do is just to continue to engage in conversation. I want everyone to know the process of opening a charter is very involved and very specific in working with community, hearing community voice, having community support. And as an entrepreneur engaged in this work, that is my only North Star. And if the citizens of St. Louis are not interested and are not looking for, then entrepreneurs and school founders do not have the support, and we typically cannot open our schools. What I am here for is because I have what I feel is an innovative idea, something that in my 18-year career, always in public education and always with the school district, the local school districts. I've been in Baltimore and most recently in Philadelphia. And I have certainly studied and seen school models. I've seen district models. I've seen districts where charter schools and the local public school system work hand in hand. I am most recently of that experience. We shared resources, sports, we had partner schools. And as my colleague Charles stated, what I am more used to is the model where the charter and district collaborate and are able to engage in true and spirited collaboration and or spirited debate and come up with solutions that benefit everyone. And so once again, very humbly and respectfully, I am not here to add any angst to this. I am only here to support. And in my vision, it was always my dream. Like I said, I'm 18 years. I left engineering to come into education, and I certainly did not do it to be divisive. I believe the work that everyone is doing, I believe that all of the points that have been made are valid. I just humbly believe that the moratorium would prevent entrepreneurs such as myself and my colleague Charles, who you met, who are here to genuinely support and work with the community. You would prevent and stifle us from being able to do that work. And so I am here again just to extend my face as a new resident to St. Louis. And someone that hopes to be an ally in this work, and again, not divisive. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that Alderwoman Ingracia has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for testifying this evening. Can you talk a little bit more about being an entrepreneur? That is not a term I hear a lot with education.
Yes, absolutely. It's a term because what I believe in direct response to another negative connotation that somehow school founders are getting rich or are stealing funds or are profiting off of this. And it is honestly a pretty disgusting sort of connotation that we wear. And so we say entrepreneur because everything that we are doing is on the backs of the work we're putting in, building a team, building a coalition, seeking funding, seeking supporters. And so to be in a fellowship is sort of a benefit to have other like-minded individuals, but the work of being a lead founder, a charter founder is difficult. It's an arduous road. And it's also pretty lonely. And the one thing that we do is, again, our North Star is that the work we do begins with the community, it involves the community, and it's all about the community. And so when I was doing my work with the school district, I feel no different right now. It's my family, that's the children who I represent that is guiding me and driving me to do this work. So that term entrepreneur is one of those that says, this work is critical. I must do this work. I have to put in the work, and I have to have the supporters who say that they are interested in the ideas and the school that I'm founding.
Okay, I appreciate the response, but the term entrepreneur with respect to education is concerning to me. No further questions. Thanks, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. Do any other committee members have any questions? I just have a couple. You seem to be new to St. Louis too. How long have you been here?
August.
Since August, so just a few months. Also just kind of curious, we've heard from two fellows now how this fellowship works. Do you choose to come to St. Louis? Are you placed in St. Louis? How does this recruitment process work to decide that, you know, since you obviously have a background in education in other places, and I would assume, you know, roots in those other places to know that educational environment, you know, how is the decision made that this is the place to come?
Absolutely. No, it was a choice, not a placement. And what that is in working in education and knowing, as several people on this line have spoken about, we're looking for reform across the nation. Districts everywhere, whether they're private, public, charter, we are all seeking to innovate in the space of education and perform and do better as a country. And so as someone in education, we look to see where are there opportunities, where are there places that we can actually be a value add? Is there a need, and a very specific need? I am here working on a wellness institute focused on healthcare. And so St. Louis has a beautiful, wonderful landscape of healthcare facilities, hospitals, and the like. And so in terms of having a need and being able to have a plan to link that need and link it to the families, that's why I chose St. Louis.
Okay. And just a comment to echo the Alderwoman from the 6th, the word entrepreneur really stuck out to me too, because when I hear entrepreneur, I think profit and I think privatization, and I don't think that those things should go hand in hand with education. And so just a semantical thing that I think might be worth thinking about.
Absolutely, and thank you for that feedback. That is not my word. It is a word that that I did inherit, and I understand, once again, like we're doing in this conversation, is there is a lot of semantics. There are a lot of connotations that that sound alarming, and so I will take that feedback. That will be the last time you hear me say that word. And again, but respectfully, what that means is that the work of being a nonprofit, which is who we are, nonprofit founders, building a nonprofit board, it is just not linked to someone else. And I believe that's where that word was born from. But thank you very much for that feedback.
Yeah, and I would, you know, I think a lot of the distrust, you know, as you will be in St. Louis, we have had a number run on us in the last couple of years in terms of efforts to privatize our airport, efforts to privatize our water department. We seem to be the test case for, like, nationally for privatization efforts. And it's scary to a lot of us because we don't want that happening with our educational system either. So I thank you for sharing your story today, and I thank you for coming out and testifying.
Absolutely, and I very much appreciate your time and everyone's time. And again, just to echo, that's why I felt compelled to come here and be present, and so as not to seem as a dark shadow, something sinister, or somebody being subversive and sneaky. And so I do appreciate everyone for your time and certainly for the discourse. Thank you all. Thank you.
Next person is, hold on, too many things here. Nicholas Clement.
Thank you. My name is Nicholas Clement. I'm a retired teacher. I spent 20 years at Kennard. I don't represent any other group other than myself, and I look at myself as somewhat of a public school proponent, other than my retirement from St. Louis Public Schools. So I want to thank the chairwoman and the board members for holding the hearings. I'm going to respond first to some of the questions that I heard from committee members. Let's remember that St. Louis Public Schools has been put through the ringer for close to 20 years. First by the Civic Progress sleigh wrecking crew, which tore the district to pieces. And then when parents and teachers threw them out, those board members were removed from power under pressure from the same business interests who got the state to remove them. Then we had 12 years of stagnation under what amounts to a private board, the SAB. And the only reason we have an elected board now is because people like Donna Jones and Katie Wessling and even Bill Haas and others continued to meet over the 12 years, even with no power. Month after month, they met, and they were a shadow board, and they acted as if they were the board. And this total dedication to the idea of citizen self-government is heroic to me. I lived through it, and I would be happy to answer any questions about it. 40% plus of charter schools have closed because of poor performance or criminal acts by charter school leaders, the latest in 2020 for fraud. That's what you get when you have tax money going to groups with unelected boards and limited transparency and accountability. The charter school movement is not a grassroots movement. It's a top-down takeover of poor Black school districts by billionaires and corporations. They don't try this experiment in Parkway or Lindbergh or Afton yet. They are explicit about their intentions to destroy citizen-led American-style education. City Fund, founded by billionaires, says their purpose is to, quote, support new forms of governance for K through 12 schools, end quote. The old form slated for elimination being elected boards. They are in effect acting to restrict voting. They fund Opportunity Trust, co-founded by Maxine Clark, the stuffed animal lady, and John Kemper of Commerce Bank. The trust lobbies the state and raises money from big business and big foundations. They finance nonprofits like We Power and Education Equity, who then attack SLPS. Opportunity Trust wants to, quote, disrupt public schools. An unelected self-appointed board of corporate CEOs is the model they prefer, like the board of KIPP charter schools, which includes top executives of Centene, First Bank, BJC, US Bancorp, Edward Jones, John Kemper of Commerce Bank, Express Scripts, Donald Danforth, Maxine Clark, a founding board member, Carolyn Betts, granddaughter of Andrew Taylor, the soccer lady who runs Enterprise Holdings Foundation, Capital Group, a multi-billion-dollar investment fund. That guy doesn't even live in St. Louis. Bayer Company, Dowd Bennett. That's the grassroots citizen-led board of KIPP. The Regional Business Council, co-founded by Maxine Clark, also supports Opportunity Trust. $50,000 worth in 2019, and they gave KIPP $76,000. Kathy Osborne, CEO, also supports the pro-charter Children's Educational Alliance of Missouri. Their slogan is, quote, reimagine education. Eliminate elected governance, disrupt public schools, and reimagine education. This just seems like animosity towards public schools. The children are pawns in this perverse scheme. None of these groups donate to St. Louis Public Schools. We only allow experiments on Black children. This charter project is a Tuskegee experiment in education. A charter starts up, is marketed heavily, takes students out of SLPS, increasing the financial strain on the schools so they can't provide the services needed. Then the charter closes after 3 to 5 years, dumping the kids back on SLPS. I'm sorry?
You have 1 minute left.
Okay, which is required to take the kids back in. The kids have lost years of competent instruction from certificated teachers, and SLPS is accountable for their dismal MAP scores. That's what Jamal Charter School did after failing for 5 years, and founder Trina Davis is now on the board of Forward Through Ferguson. 15 charter schools have closed. How many traumatized kids is that? SLPS provides comprehensive services to all children, homeless and special ed, included. SLPS operates the largest school desegregation program in the country. I don't think I'm going to be able to get through this. The CEOs of our big corporations don't want to accept the responsibility for their role in perpetuating the conditions of poverty and racism in St. Louis. They don't like the fact that it's going to take more money to educate Black children, because you've got to overcome the deficits from the poverty-stricken families that they live in. And that's just a fact. I support wholeheartedly the charter moratorium portions of the resolution. I have questions about some of the provisions which seem to magnify the rights of developers to school buildings and the language addressing common enrollment. I don't support a merger of charters and public schools. Also, what of the Afghan refugees? If SLPS needs a school for them, will it be allowed? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do any committee members have any questions? Alderwoman Ingracia.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thanks for your testimony, sir. I appreciate it. Could you speak more about the comprehensive services that are offered to SLPS students that are not offered in charter schools?
They had the full gamut of special ed. The public schools in their they have a school, I believe it's Nottingham, which is specifically for special ed. If they can't handle whatever the child needs, they can go to the special school district. And I think the charters are lax in this, and they don't end up providing those services.
Can you remind me again your affiliation with SLPS or?
I was a teacher, I'm retired.
Okay, yeah, so I'm a former SLPS parent, and also was a guardian ad litem for kids in the state custody because of abuse or neglect. And it was almost impossible for me, for my own child, and also other children, to even get a test for an IEP or a 504 plan in SLPS. And I've had a completely different experience in charter schools. So yeah, can you, do you have any specifics with respect to your criticism on that? I'm just curious.
I'm surprised that you say that about the IEPs, because we regularly had to do them for what is it, 501? 504 plans for kids in our school. And that's a lack. If the school wasn't doing that, they should be held accountable for that.
Yeah, I mean, these were multiple schools over multiple years, and then me being like even more concerned because it was my own child.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Yeah. So in which schools did you teach?
I taught at Kennard. I started as a substitute there. I got my certification, went on to get my master's degree in gifted education. I was a gifted specialist there. Okay, so
no offense. I mean, that my kids were at Mallinckrodt, so but that's a completely
congratulations. I think that's a success story for the district.
No, it's not a success. It's not a success story.
Okay.
It means that we are not delivering the services that we need to Black and brown families who are low income in the city of St. Louis, is the way I read that. But I appreciate.
How so? I'm just curious. How so?
How so what?
And how so are we not delivering because of Mallinckrodt and Kennard? And
what, when you left Kennard, what was the racial breakdown of
I think it was probably 60% white, 40% black. The quotas, the racial.
I would push back on that. I don't think that's accurate.
Okay, well, it's easily checked. That's what I remember, but I could be wrong. The quotas were changed under the SAB. There used to be quotas, and the SAB changed them. They removed them.
Yeah, quotas are another interesting history in St. Louis. But yeah, thanks for your testimony, and I appreciate you answering questions. Thanks, Madam Chairwoman.
No problem. Happy to.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? All right, then thank you for your time. And the next person is Holly Russell West from St. Louis Voices Academy.
Hi, and thank you all. Good afternoon or evening now, Madam Chair and members of the Education and Youth Matters Committee, and thank you for allowing me to be here.
Yeah, I gotta swear you in first.
Oh, yes.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Sorry, it's getting late, I know.
I do.
Thank you. Proceed.
That's okay. I am Dr. Holly Russell West, and yes, I am the founder of St. Louis Voices Academy of Media Arts, and I'm a fellow with the Opportunity Trust, who spent nearly all of my life in St. Louis public schools and over 2 decades as a teacher and school leader. So I'm very committed to public education in our city. But that's not why I'm here today. I'm here representing my grandchildren, Haley, my middle school granddaughter, and Dylan and Devin, my grandsons, all brilliant children who I refuse to allow to be bottled up in this pipeline to prison. I had to make a decision to send my granddaughter to Kairos. This is our first experience with our children, my grandchildren attending a charter school where she could receive personalized learning. My daughter has to drive from North St. Louis to South St. Louis for her daughter to go there. And it's worth it because my granddaughter is thriving in this personalized learning environment. This option was not available in the community where she lives. And as it stands, I'll be making the same considerations and sacrifices for my grandsons to have an excellent learning experience. So when I think about not creating options that nurtures the kind of excellence I want for my grandchildren, I'm disheartened. In North St. Louis, the community where I'm from, live there, grew up there, and where I'm returning to my family home in 63107, I would be hard pressed to find a great school for my grandchildren. There are many things in our community that impact our children and that should have moratoriums, like gas stations, beauty supplies, liquor stores, mini marts, Miami grills, predatory businesses, and slumlords. But if we're thinking about children, we cannot place a moratorium on providing options that work for kids like Haley, Dylan, and Devin. We must advance opportunities for our children today. These are my grandchildren today. My grandchildren and the children in our community cannot wait, and they cannot fight for seats in the exclusive schools in our district like Kennard, Malincrot, McKinley, and Metro. Actually, honestly, many of them don't even qualify. They don't meet the qualifications to get in. There is clearly a disconnect between the agenda of some of our leaders and the request of our families. And I've been out here talking to them, door knocking. If we say yes to this symbolic moratorium, we are asking our families, most of them marginalized and underrepresented in the census and these conversations, to wait. The moratorium is simply scapegoating and mitigating charter school growth in our neighborhoods where we live and where our kids live. That's not acceptable. And I'm asking you, what are we waiting for? And so in consideration for the lives of my children, my grandchildren, and the people who live in our community, I'm in opposition of this moratorium. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Alderwoman Ingracia?
Thanks again for indulging me, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for your testimony. I'm really torn on this. I want the public schools to thrive. I want them to do well, but they are just not serving our kids well. And so hearing from someone like you, who is, a person of color who has struggled with the system. We need to be much more thoughtful about how we are addressing education in the city. This is much more complex than just a resolution. And the people at stake are our most vulnerable residents in the city, poor people of color, children who continue for the past, at least since I've been alive, so like 45 years, just not being served well. And so I want to vote yes to this resolution, but the more testimony I'm hearing is making me take pause. Charter schools are not the precipice of the solution, but at least they're offering options. And so I just wanted to say thank you for your testimony, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you for your time. Next up is Angela Lowry. Is Angela here still? I'm looking. Do not see Angela. So I have two Crystal B's who have signed up today. The first one is Crystal B, that's the 25th Ward resident. And that spells it with a C, not a K. Okay, does not look like she's here. Emily Hubbard.
Hey, I'm here.
Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God. Absolutely. All right. I'm Emily Hubbard. I have 4 children in St. Louis Public Schools. I ran for school board for the April election, and I did not win. I am from Mississippi, and I miss it. And I'm a sociologist, and I teach sociology. And I wrote things out, and I'm going to try to say them, but I am so distressed at what's happening in our schools is that white people have chosen not to use our schools, and they have taken their resources, and they've taken their money, and they've taken their PTOs, and it goes somewhere else, and they are not sharing the resources. They are not being connected with their community. And it's our fault. We need to stop, and we need to repent. And I'm sorry. So I am in favor of the resolution because we need to get our stuff together and figure out what's really happening. Why didn't they put Kairos in North City? Because that's not who they're for in the ultimate goal. But we really need this moratorium because we have so much more. I don't want to say that children's education is not important. Great, get it for me. I have 2 children in a neighborhood school, and Alderwoman and Gracia, they are very much a thing. And I have 2 children at McKinley, and they are my children at the neighborhood school that had some bottom 5% schools scores in the state are great because I am a parent with a lot of resources, and I want to be clear that they are brown children at a mostly Black school. And I think that is really important. But the things that these Black and brown people, why we are struggling is because we're spending our time fighting about schools instead of the whole city and the whole philanthropic establishment supporting the one school we have, the school district that is ours, that every child in the city can be a part of, that has a spot for it. And the school district right now because so many people have left it because they don't want their kids to go to the neighborhood schools that aren't a thing, where mostly it's Black and poor kids. We need to do those things. But it's just a well-funded distraction from the core issues that the families of the schools that are struggling are facing. New charter schools won't fix homelessness. SLPS has 20% of its student population who don't have stable housing. What do you think that does to your test scores when you don't know where you're going to sleep at night? They won't fix violence. I only caught the last half, but the school board legislative committee had a whole session about trauma last night, and our students are going through some things. A new charter school is not going to stop violence in our communities. It's not going to provide living wages for our parents in these failing, not a thing neighborhood schools. And we're letting these billionaires fund these things and distract us from the actual real problems that our families are facing, including low income housing for families that
1 minute left.
Affordable and not crappy. So, and there's also the union issue that charter schools don't have unionized people. So I think we're supposed to be a democratic city that supports unions, but this proliferation of charter schools does not do that. New charter schools and charter school expansion capture the vision of people in the city, but the reality is that they leave our city school districts with fewer resources, more vulnerable kids, like our 20% without stable housing, and I'm not sure how many are English language learners. They dilute the power of philanthropic dollars, and they let people feel good about themselves without interrogating their participation in systems and attitudes that harm our most vulnerable families and isolate both of these groups from communities of care and reciprocity. We don't need new schools. We need people, and especially white people, to stop thinking they're the heroes and start working together to create the change our children need at every level, city, state, and national. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Alderwoman Ingracia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Emily, I appreciate your very impassioned speech. And I agree with you on so many points. But what I'm going to tell you is that St. Louis City Public Schools has been failing Black and brown children for a very long time. So I don't know what's going to change that or how that's going to change, but we all need to work together to make sure that happens. Because it's heartbreaking, the statistics we have in our city. And not to get super personal, but I was working, I never intended to run for office. I ran for office because I wanted to represent Clinton Peabody well. And I've known now 10 kids that have been murdered, or another 10 kids who have murdered somebody else. We are all thinking about the same things, and villainizing charter schools is not the way to solve the problem, in my mind, at least. The SLPS has had the ability for the past 45 years since I've been alive to do something different, and they never have. And I'm feeling optimistic with the new board that's elected. I didn't feel optimistic about the board that was elected this last time, but you called it out personal, so I'm calling it out personal to you. Public schools aren't solving the problem for a lot of our kids. So we need more solutions, and public schools should be the answer, but they're not the answer right now.
Can I respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Education is not the secret. We need the problems that children are facing before they even come to our schools to be addressed. And y'all are city leaders. I know we're talking about this resolution, but
Emily, I could not agree more. Okay. I could not agree more. Yeah. And if you want to message me offline, I'm happy to talk to you about this because I know how passionate you are about this, and I am as well. So thank you so much for your comments. I really do appreciate them. That's not disingenuous, it's real.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the committee? All right, thank you, Emily. Next up is Samantha Simpson.
She had to hop off.
Okay, I will check her off. Then Crystal, you are next.
Me?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may proceed.
Just to get everything out the way, I am the executive director of Bridge to Hope St. Louis. We are funded by the Opportunity Trust. I am 39 years old. I grew up on Shreve in North St. Louis. I am a 21st Ward resident, and I'm here to speak in opposition of the resolution. I'm super grateful to be here to hear everybody's thoughts that they have shared. It is things that I have taken in and wrote notes on. The one thing I haven't heard, I don't think, from anyone is that this issue is really just about the quality of schools that we have in the city for our kids. When charter schools came to our lives 21 years ago, it was to address a quality issue that already didn't exist within the district. And I think the parents showed the city what they wanted to do. It was never up to a district to decide what a parent wanted to, where they place their child or what they feel their child needs based on school needs. And it's the same today. Even if you stop charter schools from coming into new charter schools, it's not going to change the fact that people are not choosing your school. And I think a bigger question or something that we could consider is, why is that? There were 21 females pregnant when I was in Job Corps. I was one of them. My son is now 19 in college. I also did not choose St. Louis Public Schools for my kid, and neither did none of them. You should ask me as a parent, why at 19 did I already have it in my mind that St. Louis Public Schools was not a great place for my child? Even if we gonna talk data, because I've heard a lot of it out here. In the last 6 years, 6 or 7 years, and I'll send where I got the information from for those who were gonna challenge me, 25,000 people have left the district. 11,000 of those folks went to charter schools. Where did the other 14,000 go? So if charter schools is the reason why there's low enrollment, if charter schools is the reason why we're not choosing a district, then why aren't those other 15,000 kids in charter schools? We don't have to sit on this phone call, and might I add, this call started at 3 o'clock, it's 6:30. A good portion of the people in the district and or charter schools is not even on this phone call. Where are the voices of those people since everybody keeps talking about centering community? I like to thank Gloria for keep calling me out, because the one thing we have done since we started Bridge to Hope is lift up the voices of the parents that we say we represent at every board meeting, in every council meeting, in every meeting that happens. The people that we say we serve are right there. Not Crystal Barnett talking about what Crystal Barnett wants, but we're bringing the folks in who don't know what they don't know and ushering them to a space that they did not feel welcome, for the same reason that I'm here today. I don't care what school kids go to. I care that they learn when they're in there. If you're in a city school and you can't read, and when you go to school number Z and you can, then that's your solution. If we can find literacy in city schools, we'll stay there. But if we can find it somewhere else, that's where we're going. And that's the parents' choice, not the district or charters for that matter. The only time we have dissension, strife, confusion, arguments, committee meetings, councils, is when it comes to the choice of black children. My son is a graduate from John Burroughs. They're not having them troubles out there in West County. They're not arguing because one lady want to go to Clayton and another lady want to go to MICDS.
1 minute left.
That's what they're doing. And it's working because the parents are decided and the kids are thriving. Why can't we do that in the city? If we spent all our time focused on quality, like we do on arguing charter and city schools, our kids would be reading. We don't make this data up that we report. We get this stuff from DESE. All we do is open it up to the parents so they know this is what's potentially happening to your child, and this is where you need to step in and start advocating for better. I thought that's what we all wanted, more parent engagement, right? Learning starts at home, right? But when you start educating parents, it's a problem. Keep in mind, those parents still aren't here. Regardless of the political nonsense that I will not address, I have always stood for the sustainability of people's choice. And if it is St. Louis Public Schools, I will stand 10 toes behind you to make sure any parent that wants it gets the most quality experience they can get. But if it's any other school, then those parents deserve the right to do that as well. And we, the people on this call, don't get to side for the people most affected, what's best works for them. We need to move this resolution back and start thinking about what really matters. The quality of our children is what's the sustainability of a school district, not people in seats, not money, not federal funding, not arguing over types of schools, but what's actually happening in the building. I've heard I don't know how many people bring it up, that if this school was offering what this school was doing, they would have stayed. If this people had this opportunity, they would have stayed. That's absolutely right, because everybody is school hopping because they're looking for the best opportunity for their child. Because Black children and Black children's families care about their education just like everybody else. I think my time is up, so I apologize.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Alderwoman Ingracia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions, just thank you so much for that impassioned testimony. I couldn't agree more. Thanks for being here tonight, especially because the meeting has gone on for so long. Really appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Can I say something to you? You the first, I'm about to cry. You the first Alder person I've ever heard who actually spoke from a non-biased place. When I sit back and think about what our elected officials are supposed to be doing, it's what you're doing. You're constantly reminding us to go back and revisit what is the center of this conversation. Considering that my child is in a private school right now and she's struggling, and now I have to figure out where to place my daughter Lauren, she's 10, and I don't know if she's gonna have to repeat a grade because that school didn't work for her, but it worked for my son. That's why choice matters so much to me.
Yeah, no, I get it. And that's why it does to me too. I'm gonna email you, DM you in the conversation, my email and my phone number. So yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions from committee members? All right, we got a couple more people. Ralph Mason from the Positive Zone Corporation. Okay, I don't think Ralph is here. What about Sarah Stout? Is Sarah here?
I am.
All right, Sarah, thanks for sticking with us here.
Yes.
Where to tell the truth, the whole
I
truth.
had to institute a make your own dinner night for the kids, but they'll make it.
We're almost done here for everybody that stuck it in. We're almost through public testimony. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you may proceed.
All right. Good evening, Dr. Green and committee members. My name is Sarah Stout. I live in Ward 8 and I have 2 children at City Garden Montessori Charter School. I'm adding my voice today in support of Resolution 65. Our family ended up in the charter school system early on because we were overwhelmed with all of the school choices and didn't realize the consequences that our choices would have on SLPS. As an active and involved parent, I'm often outspoken regarding concerns or questions that I have. Last spring, the executive director of our school asked me why our children are still there when we have so many concerns about the school and their expansion. The answer is that I don't believe it's good for children to be moved around from school to school. As someone who grew up in a family that moved every few years, I think that stability is essential for children. And that stability is even more important for our child with special behavioral needs. Schools should not be like a business where you constantly move around if you don't like the quote product. That's what the privateers would have us believe, but that's not healthy for children. So despite my concerns, we stay because we believe in that stability. In particular, our family's experience with City Garden has been impacted by the charter school growth movement. In 2019, the school development organization Opportunity Trust came into City Garden and disrupted the school culture, causing staff and family to leave. Instead of focusing on decreasing the achievement gap, the school shifted their focus to expansion, planning to double or triple the size of the original school and open 3 additional schools in other areas. When families brought their concerns to the administration en masse in a letter signed by nearly half the families, there was little that could truly be done because there is no elected school board to hold accountable. Instead, the Opportunity Trust-backed plan continues to propel forward, and due to a combination of the frustration of families and the isolating effects of the pandemic, there's very little cohesiveness to be felt any longer. We need a comprehensive plan for schooling in St. Louis City, and this process needs to be led by the SLPS board. They are elected by the community, and they keep our voices at the forefront. The others who are trying to have a say, the Opportunity Trust and all of their many affiliated organizations, as well as charter school boards, are not elected. While SLPS needs reform as well, we need to stop pretending that privatizing our school district is the answer. I ask you to please support Resolution 65. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members? Alderwoman Ingracia.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Sarah, for being on the call tonight. Can you talk a little bit more about your experience with City Montessori? Like, was Opportunity Trust always involved, or?
They became involved in 2019 for a new strategic plan that they paid for, and it was after that that the school announced big expansion plans.
Okay, so that was different than like what you expected from your kids' education, and it was Opportunity Trust that was the, not, I don't want to say breaking point, but the difference.
Yeah, the driving force.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. I've heard a lot of things about them that are concerning or not. So yeah, I appreciate it. No further questions. Thanks for your testimony. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other committee members with questions? All right, thank you for your time. This brings us to our very last speaker of the evening before we go over to discussing the resolution. Mitchell Pearson, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you all for having me. My name is Mitchell Pearson. I'm a retired educator. I moved here in 2016 from Lawrence, Kansas to study the Montessori systems. I'm an urban farmer, lifelong urban farmer, and I started working in different schools in the region, in the urban areas, Granite City, North County, everywhere. And so being an educator, you know, it dawned on me that Montessori and farming go hand in hand. It's a developmental process. So I came up with the Montessori-based urban farm school process. I believe that the moratorium on this new charter school opening is a great move. We need to stop and take a critical look at what we are as related to SLPS. We needed an alternative resolution. Like I said, I've had over 30 years of public education teaching. I taught 5th and 6th grade, and I taught K through 6 art. I remember parent-teacher conferences, PTO meetings, chili feeds, AFT, NEA, and opposing the closing of traditional neighborhood public schools. After teaching my very first students' children, I began to think about retirement. Along the way, it dawned on me that traditional public schools are the foundation of our democratic republic. After earning my master's degree in school administration, I moved to St. Louis. Our liberties and our rights stem from the knowledge of the Constitution. Our freedoms are rooted in our ability to teach, to educate, to discover truth, to practice critical thinking, and welcome public discourse. It is often said that the price we pay for liberty and democracy is eternal vigilance. As we leave behind the industrial age and enter the age of the cyber age, the age of electric vehicles, artificial intelligence, and space tourism, we need to think critically about our entire public school system. Dr. Maria Montessori was ahead of her time. There has to be a drastic change, particularly in our urban schools. At this time, there seems to be an echo chamber around school choice. Traditional public schools versus charter schools. Upon closer look, it appears to be a choice between democracy and something else, like privatization, outsourcing, and other anti-democratic practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. Any questions from the committee? All right, thank you. At this time, that concludes public testimony. I will now open it up for discussion for committee members, and also if anyone has questions of Alderman Todd and about the resolution before we take a vote. Alderwoman Ingracia.
I was muted, sorry. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say thank you. I know that some people think that I've seen it on social media that we've been meeting for way too long, but I think this is an incredibly important conversation. So thank you for allowing that space for folks to speak. And no further comments.
Thank you. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you so much. I think this has been incredibly illuminating. There are clearly a lot of different opinions about this and where we are as a city and where we are as a school district, where we are with public schools in St. Louis. To me, this resolution makes sense because it's taking the creation of new schools off the table while a comprehensive plan is put together based on who is at that table. I would not support this resolution if I thought that there would be no charter schools at the table during this discussion. I think that it's important for every, as the resolution said, that education system leaders, education practitioners, community stakeholders, city and state level policymakers, scholars in the development of such a plan to design a system of excellent schools which provides consistent education opportunities across all schools, neighborhoods, and wards. I mean, that's what I can't think of a better thing to do right now because of how much we need our public school system to thrive. And to me, this conversation, this nearly 4-hour conversation, was the butting of heads of district and charter schools that this resolution attempts to kind of stop until a comprehensive plan is put together. And that's how I'm looking at it. I don't see this as an attack on charter schools. I don't see this as an impossibility of future schools ever opening in the city of St. Louis at all. I really see this as something that allows us to take a step back, bring people together, and figure out how we're going to go forward together, because this constant battle between district and charter, new schools opening, old schools closing, schools that open, closing, is just not serving the kids of the city of St. Louis. and we're losing population, we're losing people to other places that have school districts and public school systems that are more stable. And so I think that has to be a priority. I continue to be a co-sponsor of this resolution. I continue to be in support of it. But that doesn't mean that I wasn't listening to everything everyone was saying. It doesn't mean I don't hear the concerns. It doesn't mean I don't like charter schools, that I wouldn't even, that I don't have kids now, but I'm hoping that if and when I do, that I can send them to public schools in St. Louis. That's something that would be really important to me. And I know that my colleagues on the board send their kids to the district schools, they send them to the charter schools and have good experiences some places, bad experiences others, and vice versa. And I think that combative nature of the discussion has really hurt kids, which is, I think, the exact opposite of what we all in our heart of hearts really want to see coming out of this sort of discussion. So I appreciate everyone's time, everyone who took the time to come here today, and thank you so much. My email is schweitzer@stlouis-mo.gov. You're welcome to reach out to me at any time. Always happy to talk, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Alderman Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. I have to say, as a small aside, I thought for a second there that we were going to get quite the announcement from the Alderwoman in the 13th. And she said, I don't have kids yet.
Not yet, Bill. Slow down.
That did not happen. I'm gonna be so excited though. So I can't have kids, so I want to knit things for other people's kids. But and actually, that's a good segue. I'm very passionate about public education. I ran a campaign on it. I am the silly alderman that sits and reviews the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which has an entire article on education, the rights of education. I'm the silly alderman who, as a full-time college student at St. Louis University, carts around the convention and protocols relating to the status of refugees, of which St. Louis is the glad recipient of many, questioning what are their rights as refugees to an education. It is a broken system. It is a broken system, not just in St. Louis, but in the United States. And we can point to political division for the past 50, 60, 70 years. We can point to capitalism at its core. We can point to so many different things. But what we can point to tonight is a pause. And that's all this resolution is. I truly believe that. And I want to speak directly to the Alderwoman from the 6th, if I can, because Alderwoman from the 6th, you know that this is my passion. You know this means so much to me because it's one of my sorest areas. And if I did not believe that this resolution was not the way forward for all of our students, for the students who only have public schools as an option, I would not put my name on it. This is not lighthearted business. A 4-hour meeting is not long enough to try and fix the problems of our city's education system. And no system is perfect, but there will always be those that we are in charge of caring for as their government officials that need public schools. And this pause, this resolution, this non-binding resolution is merely a pause to take a step back and to request a citywide plan. It's something. In a city where there's a whole lot of nothing when it comes to resources that we have at our disposal, this is something we have, committee, and this is a stance that our board should take, not just our board, but our Board of Education, our local government, our spirit as a city, which is sorely lacking as well. So I know I'm belaboring the point. We're all tired. This is not as eloquent as I like to have imagined in my head. And I appreciate the Alderwoman from the 6th for speaking so passionately and for being such an excellent mother. She truly is. And I know that that is what she is bringing to this committee hearing tonight and to this committee itself as we consider whether or not to recommend and merely recommend Resolution 65 to the Board of Aldermen. So to the Alderwoman from the 6th, I thank you, and Chairwoman and the rest of the committee. I yield back.
Thank you. Alderman Paige.
Yes, this has been far more fascinating and meaningful dialogue than I could have possibly expected. The conversation this evening gave me a lot of flashbacks as I was texting one of my aldermanic colleagues during this meeting. It gave me flashbacks to, while this is just barely outside of the city, when I used to mentor kids in Jennings Middle School. And I believe it was Ms. Emily Hubbard kind of reminded me of the number of kids who either are homeless or have unstable housing. And it just took me back to Jennings and the efforts that Jennings had to go through to make sure that the kids who came to school had at least one or two good meals during the day. It also gave me flashbacks to two charter schools in the area that I have personally kind of adopted. I probably shouldn't name them in a public forum, but let's just say I was right there yesterday morning, as a matter of fact, lecturing kids on state and local government and hearing their dreams and where they wanted to go with their lives. So I've seen a lot of this from different perspectives, not to get into Halloween early, but it's a little bit macabre. I think this resolution is essentially a small Band-Aid over a machete wound. If it will help us to pause, as Alderman Stevens indicated, and think this through and come up with better solutions, a more comprehensive plan, I can support it. But I don't think the resolution, quote, fixes anything. There's much more that has to come before us and the city as a whole to make inroads into improving our educational system. And with those meandering comments, I will yield.
Thank you, Alderman Paige. I'll go back to Alderwoman Ingracia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, just echoing my colleagues' sentiments. This is a completely complex issue. Like, this resolution is not going to solve problems. My concern is that we are vilifying charter schools and private schools in this conversation without having data available to us. And like the ability to have a much more nuanced and comprehensive conversation. And based on this is anecdotal, but my perception of charter schools versus public schools and what they've been able to offer to very poor Black and brown students, and then able to offer to my own kids. I want to be supportive of this resolution, but I just can't. So thanks for the opportunity to weigh in. And I really think, I know you're getting a lot of flack. I see it on social media for how long this meeting has gone on, but I think it was a really incredibly valuable conversation. So thank you for entertaining all of us, Chairwoman Green. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Alderwoman Rice, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you so much, committee. Thank you, Alderman Todd, as a sponsor of this resolution. Thank you so much to every single person who has taken an immense amount of time out of your day to come and testify in front of the committee. I am incredibly appreciative of the amount of history and the amount of experience that was presented today. There are stories that are from much longer than I've been alive that have an impact on where the schools are right now. I think our state ranks terribly in funding for education. We all know that funding for education is a terrible system that is unequal by its design. I think that our schools are unequal by design, and that is evidenced by where we are now and the desegregation agreements that were required in order to try to bring some sort of equality and equity into our children's lives. I think that I'm incredibly supportive of this resolution. I think that this is our opportunity as an elected board, as representatives of the people that we represent, who are both participants in schools and also just constituents of our city, that we are able to be heard and to have this type of a forum and to participate in this conversation going forward, that this doesn't happen without us. I think this is an incredibly important move because we don't actually have the state authority to determine what happens in the schools, but our constituents matter to us too. The future of our children matters to all of us. And this hearing was one of those ways that we can participate in the conversation. We have been begged by the public school Board of Education to participate, to be involved in our public schools. And this is one really important way that we're doing that. So I want to thank this committee again, and Alderman Todd, for the resolution and this conversation tonight. I remain concerned about charter schools pushing us towards a confusing choice system. I grew up in a rural school, in a public school district, where I went from kindergarten to middle school to high school with the same 75-ish students, and so I realized that my experience was very different than what is available in St. Louis City. And the idea of having children and trying to figure out what is best for them is mind-boggling to me, and I can't even imagine what parents are having to go through when trying to choose what school is going to work for them, or where their child is going to be best served, or if they need to move them, or any of those conversations, right? And I think that this resolution, what this resolution is asking for, is a process where we all take that pause, we come together and we talk about what is working, what is not working, where can we improve, where can we work together. I very much appreciate that this resolution is not vilifying charter schools. It's not vilifying private schools. I represent St. Margaret of Scotland School. I represent a catchment area for City Garden Montessori. I represent a catchment area for Eagle Prep. My mind is blanking on the magnet school that is in the Shaw neighborhood, and I'm going to get flack for this, but it's been a long day. But I think there may be 4 children at that 400 child school that actually come from the neighborhood anymore, because of all of the schools that have encircled our area. And my residents showed up tonight to speak at Melanphy. Thank you, Sarah. I'm getting texts from everyone telling me what's cool. I very much appreciate it. But there were 2 of my residents that spoke tonight. I have testimonies that are written from 3 of them, and so I want you to know that I hear you. Madam Chairwoman, I would love to be added as a co-sponsor to the resolution, and I support very much this committee in doing this really hard work. I thank you for all of the careful consideration that you have taken on tonight, and I truly, even though I may disagree with some of the movements towards charter schools. And I do also want to mention teachers in this. It is a conversation that is too often left out, is teacher protections in charter schools are almost non-existent, let alone the licensing required in order to be a teacher is a very different requirement in a public school than in a charter school. And if teachers are not unionized, they are left on their own, often to fight through exploratory situations where they can be exploited. I've seen that happen to friends of mine, and I do not want our teachers to be going through that as well in a state that already deeply underfunds their teachers. So I want to highlight that as a part of the conversation that needs to continue, because if our teachers are not protected, our students suffer, our city suffers. And so I'm hopeful that that will be a part of the conversation as well. And anyway, so just thank you so much. And I appreciate very much the conversation, everyone testifying today.
Thank you, Alderwoman. I would just like to take a couple of moments and first thank everybody for sticking it out today. It's been a really long meeting, but I also think that it has been a very fruitful meeting. I think that these conversations are difficult, and I also think that they're necessary. And that is why I support this resolution. I think that we are at a place where, the Board of Aldermen is getting cut in half. in, less than 2 years. We are doing a system reset because we are recognizing that our form of government no longer fits the number of people that we have in this city. It is time that there also needs to be a system reset on public education in our city. That system reset will require all entities that are involved in public education to come to the table together and to do so in good faith, to figure out exactly how many schools we need, where we need those schools, what student population we are drawing from. Our census numbers are pretty dire. Over 20 years, we lost 39.74% of kids 0 to 18 years old in the city. Nearly 40% of kids have left our city in 20 years. We have not stopped the bleeding. Even with charter schools, even with changes to SLPS, the bleeding has not stopped. And so we have to use this as an inflection point to come together, to get folks around the table who don't necessarily like and trust each other, to have some difficult conversations. And I think that pressing pause, not for an indefinite amount of time, but for a time probably around a year is what we heard in testimony, in order to get all these entities around the table, to get all these stakeholders around the table, I think is really important. We have county districts right now that have more students than we have in St. Louis City and fewer schools. We need to talk about that. We need to understand that is happening and right size our schools. We need to figure out, how many STEM schools do we need in St. Louis? How many Montessori schools do we need? For each one of these different models, what are the types of schools that we need? Where do we need them? Where is our student population living now? Not where they lived, 60, 70 years ago when our schools were built. But where is our student population now? And how do we create an educational environment that works for kids now in the 21st century? And that is going to involve a lot of difficult conversations to get to that system reset, to get to a place where we are designing what education looks like in our city, not for today, not for tomorrow, but for the next generation, because we are at that tipping point. The place that we are at right now is not sustainable. It is not sustainable to keep losing student population and keep opening schools, whether they are charter schools or private schools or public schools. We're not growing in student population, and we can't manufacture more kids. And so we need to take the time, all of the entities, to come together. And I think that's what this resolution does. I also want to be clear that this resolution is non-binding. The Board of Aldermen does not have jurisdiction over schools opening or closing. We can make a position on it. But the other thing that we have been asked to do by the St. Louis Board of Education that is within our purview is look at our tax incentive use, to be more intentional about the impact that these tax incentives have on our public schools and on the education of our kid and the ability to keep schools open. And so I hope that this is just a first step in working on some of the calls to action that the school board has asked us to work with them in partnership on. And that in the future we come back together, we work with the school board to also figure out that issue, whether it's working on a pilot or something like that, to ensure that as we are forwarding these development decisions, that we're not leaving today's kids behind. We're not waiting 20 years to see a return on investment from a project so that kids can actually benefit from it. Anybody who knows me knows that education is what kept me in St. Louis. I have worked in private school, charter school, and public school since being here. My views on this have shifted over time, with more data, with more information, with more lived experience. And I do have a lot of hope like the Alderwoman from the 6th said, in our current school board and the work that they're doing and the direction that they are moving the district. And I think being very intentional about wanting to bring people to a table to work on these issues, while recognizing that they are the authority on education. They are the democratically elected board, and they are the folks that need to be setting the table around education. And my hope is, and I do think that they will do this, is that they build an inclusive table. And they build a table that really does, perhaps for the first time ever, bring together all of the educational stakeholders in our city to design what education is going to look like in St. Louis for the next 20, 30, 40 years, because that is what we are charged with right now. And it's difficult. It is not going to be easy work. It's going to be heated work. People are going to butt heads. But at the end of the day, we all have to commit to coming back together and continuing that work, because our kids in the city need it. They are not being served well by any school, period. You know, regardless of you know, district schools, charter schools, our kids are not being served right now. And that is why we need a system pause, so that we can design a system reset and figure out what the future really looks like to benefit kids in our city, because right now they are losing across the board. So I want to thank, again, everybody that took time out of their day today. And I will hand it over to Alderman Todd to close, and then we will take a vote.
Thank you, Dr. Chairwoman Green. Let me start off by saying the history of the St. Louis public school system. First of all, we are dealing with the people who are the real problem are the children of former slaves. Let me first make that crystal clear. The former slaves didn't get a penny when slavery ended. We also our ancestors got death if they tried to read and write. Then after slavery, though, we got the public school system for everyone, black and white. There was free education, but before then there was no education. So but right after that, we ended up with Pleasant versus Ferguson, which locked us into segregation for 60-some years. I was born on a plantation, and I saw one book that I can remember in my lifetime till I came to St. Louis at 11 years old. That wasn't the system's fault when I got here and they put me in special education. That was the fact that we were not allowed to get any education. But then I went on to get a GED, went to the University of Missouri, St. Louis, graduated magna cum laude. And then I went and got a master's degree from National Louis University, and I graduated with straight A's. Then I taught in the St. Ingeborg Catholic School. I taught at Jennings Junior High School. Then I taught in St. Louis Public Schools until I retired. What is the main point? The point is that after charter schools are the issue now based on two issues: poverty and race. That's why you don't have an issue in Ladue. You don't have an issue in Clayton, Sunset Hills, University City. At this particular, in some of the schools where they'll be predominantly black, they're talking about charter schools. So this is again about some blacks who are doing better than a few other blacks don't want to be there because they are very, most black people are poor because of their history, and many whites, not all, because I had the honor as a school teacher and a Democratic committee man for more than 20 years to work with Donna Jones, to work with many of the people. We defeated candidates who didn't want democracy. Mayor Slate continually ran against the elected board, and we continued to defeat him. So finally he ran up to Jeff City and had the school system taken over. And then he got Roberti. He got a Brooks Brothers suit salesman in for a superintendent. He had nothing to do with education. And so my question is, what educational background do these owners have? What educational background do these administrators have? So in essence, in summary, the St. Louis Public School is the only system that can be held accountable, meaning that we are the publicly elected board paid for by the public. No one else pays the bill but the public. But the people who come in here have only one interest, not all, is to make some money. Why? Because the people who are rich with money, they could solve the problem if they would, first of all, give the poor Black people some decent jobs, pay reparation for the years that we work for free, pay reparation for the segregation, pay reparation for the lack of services that we get from the city right now. That's what they could do. They won't do that. And they could stop paying politicians that don't represent the community and give money to politicians that would represent the community. These people know who they are, and they're not trying to educate poor Black people. They're trying to rob them, like most of them are here to rob the community. So if you want to help the poor Black people, eliminate poverty, eliminate racism. And if you don't want to do that, you're not serious about education increase. And I want to emphasize, even the school board, we cannot, it's not making an excuse if you say poverty is a factor. I've been homeless. At 15, I was on my own homeless. I've been hungry. I know what it feels like. I know what it feels like to be out in those streets when it's dark and you don't have food, you don't have shelter, and you don't have clothes. You're not thinking about any school. You're thinking about something to eat. So the point is, not only should we have a moratorium, we must, if we can do something, all of us, we can tell the truth. Let's just tell the truth about poverty. Let's just read the data. Let's read the data and just tell people the truth. If we just do that, we can save the public school system. But there is no turning back. There is no turning back. We have a choice to make. We're at a crossroad. We either make a democracy, we either have a democracy where this public that is paying for the system has a voice in the system, or we turn the clock back where only those who, the privileged few, have an education and the poor are blamed for being poor. And I ask you, and I'm very happy to sponsor this resolution because it's a step in the right direction. We need to sit down. The board needs to sit down. It needs to collect data. Then it needs to make a comparison to if the charter schools are not doing any better than the public schools and they're not accountable, they're not accessible because they're not owned by the public. You can't meet with them. We can't get rid of that board. They appoint the board. Again, that's the same idea of top down. Don't let the poor have any voice. Don't let them participate. Take their money. I was born in Mississippi on a plantation as a little kid. So that's the same old system, the same old soup worn over. It's saying, let's take it back to the way it used to be. And this is what this fight is about. They didn't fight like that when we were segregated. And they're just fighting those who are fighting. Not all, again, I want to emphasize, we have wonderful white people right here, including Dr. Green, who is standing with the public and who stands for data, including many others, Schweitzer, the 12th Ward Alderman, and many others. I can't name them all. But the point is, there's an element in this society that is angry, and I don't know what they're angry about. This country is a great country. We have great democracy, and we cannot give up democracy. We cannot give it up. If you don't like the board members, you can get rid of them. If you don't like the elected officials, you can get rid of them. But we cannot give the right to somebody who outsource jobs, who only want to make some money, because people are more important than things. And so I ask for your favorable consideration to move to a vote on this resolution. And I ask that when you vote on it, your work has just begun. Please do not be intimidated and let people say that you're making excuses because a child is not learning like a person who is full. If a person is hungry, and I've been hungry before and I'm full now, when I got full, I did much better. I got some straight A's. So I know when you get full, you can do better. So the point is, I'm asking you to please do not leave anything out, poverty, race, and just tell the facts. You're not teaching hate, when you just tell the truth, and thank you. And I'm asking for your favorable consideration for this resolution, because it only requires that we just put a pause, come up with the data, and then let the data speak for itself. And please do not forget the importance of democracy. Thank you, Dr. Chairwoman Green, and thank you, honorable committee people, and thank you, guests. I'm asking for your favorable consideration to pass this resolution.
Thank you. Alderwoman Ingracia, I had already recognized Alderman Todd to close.
Right, so I shouldn't say anything.
Well, I guess we can go back, but he was closing before the vote, and
Oh yeah, no, I'm fine to vote.
okay.
My hand may have been raised before. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, I was just checking. All right, we got it. We're getting giddy here at the very end. Madam Clerk, could you also add me as a co-sponsor to the resolution? And then please call the roll.
We didn't have a motion or a second.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think Alderman Stevens made the motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Ingracia.
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Paige.
Aye.
Alderman Stevens.
Aye.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Aye.
Chairwoman Green.
Aye.
5 aye votes.
By the vote, you sustain the motion, and Resolution 65 is passed out of committee. Thank you for bearing with us today. Let's see, excused members. I think the only person not here today was the Alderwoman from the 14th, so have her excused for necessary absence. She did email in advance. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Do we hear a previous roll?
Previous roll.
We're out of here. Thank you.